Darling, you were up for this one. You was here already, darling. You get to hear yourself. But let's get this started. Nature boy has to go to trial. You gotta go to trial. He has to go to trial. Now let's go.
While this conversation is going on, it's in the room with Mr. Bishop and Miss Hill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was she confined to that room and felt that she could not leave?
She stated she did not feel like she could leave and he was holding on to her.
While Mr. Bishop proceeded to engage in intercourse with Miss Newell, at any point did Miss Newell tell you that she told him yes, she told Mr. Bishop yes and wanted to have sex with him?
No, ma'am. She stated she said no multiple times.
Did she relay to you how she felt about Mr. Bishop, as whether she could kind of escape the situation or do anything else while that was happening, while he was proceeding to rape her?
She stated she didn't have fear that he would strike her, but he would order the other females to abuse her. She stated he had already done it that day and that she had fear for her safety.
Hey, Nick.
I don't know. I can't see it.
And she did also state to you that she was crying and upset while this was occurring, correct?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
After the incident happens in that room with Mr. Bishop and Miss Snow, what did Miss Snow do?
She stated after they finished having sex, he ordered her to take a shower. She stated she had received multiple calls from the person who had actually ordered her the Uber, and that she had contacted them and let them know she was going to have to sneak out and sneak away from the house. She stated she went to bed with the rest of the group and woke up in the early hours. It was only her and another person awake, and the other person was in the shower. She stated she only grabbed one of the two suitcases she had packed and left the location without saying anything to anyone else.
And when she left, what date was that?
She left on 3/24/2022. That's going to be March 24th.
And she made a report back on March 30th. Is that my recollection? March 30th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And she informed you, when did she inform you that the videos were posted to social media again?
She actually, in the initial report, had reported that it had been posted on social media.
How many days after she left?
How many days after she left were they
The
posted?
videos posted, correct.
They were posted 3 days after she left.
And I forgot to ask you earlier, but what do you remember the Twitter username or handle that it was posted under?
It was posted under @th33god_.
And so essentially at what could read as 3god_.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your investigation, was that a name Mr. Elijah Bishop goes by or calls himself?
Yes, it is.
And in speaking with Miss Newell, did she inform you that this was Mr. Bishop's Twitter profile or social media handle?
Yes, ma'am.
After taking Miss Newell's statements and observing these videos, Did you end up taking out warrants against Mr. Alicia Bishop?
Yes, ma'am.
What were those warrants for?
Hey, Miss Vegan.
Excuse me, let me get this specific wording.
While you're looking that up, let me ask you, did you take out a warrant for rape?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take out a warrant for false imprisonment?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you take out 3 warrants for prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go through each one of them individually, but the warrant that you took out for rape was involving the victim, Miss Cheney, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took that out due to the defendant having carnal knowledge of Miss Newell, engaging in some type of intercourse with her, forcibly and against her will. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were based on her statements that she did not consent and felt like that he would have someone cause harm to her if this didn't happen.
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at the false imprisonment warrant that you took out, that also involved Miss Newell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the false imprisonment warrant for?
Essentially for keeping her there preceding the rape.
Hey, Tony.
And that was against her consent as well.
Yes, ma'am. She
And he didn't
continued
have.
to,
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry, she continued to state she wanted to leave.
You also took out 3 warrants for the prohibition of nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. 2 of them were felonies and 1 of them were misdemeanors.
Hey, Tuffy.
Is there anything you want to let the court know on what those 3 warrants actually should be?
Yes, ma'am. All 3 should be a felony warrant. Unfortunately, it was my misunderstanding and myself with the judge at the time. Essentially, because they were all posted to Twitter, and that is a network that allows sexually explicit content without her consent, they should all be felony warrants.
And those were all warrants taken against Mr. Alicia Bishop based on the probable cause evidence that you received from Ms. Newell and the evidence you observed on social media, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further, I'll ask this, and Detective Panosian, obviously, all of these, where was the incident location where the rape and false imprisonment actually occurred?
2993 Harbor Chase, that's in Decatur, Georgia, 30033.
And that's in DeKalb County.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the same address also listed for the prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's your understanding from your investigation that is where Mr. Bishop reside and lived at.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no additional questions.
Mr. E, cross-examination?
Appreciate it. Good morning. Detective Panosian, can I get the correct spelling? I just want to make sure that I have the correct seat at the bottom. But just to make sure, Monica Panosian, case by case.
P as in Peter, ANOSIAN.
All right, I'll just asking a few follow-up questions, just a few details that you may or may not know. So, correction that you stated that your first contact with Miss Noel, you stated that she joined a sex cult, correct?
That's what she called it, yes.
All right, that's what she called it. And can I get the statement date, the day that she gave the statement?
It was 4/7 of 2022.
Okay. So March 30th was the day that the report was made. Just want to make sure I got the timeline.
Yes, the initial report was made on March 30th.
Are you replaying this now, or is it still?
All right. So I noticed you mentioned the videos on Twitter, and that they can be posted with consent and things of the nature. On the videos, Were there any captions attached to the videos?
Initially, when you essentially have to look at the post, it has a caption stating that you have to click this link. It is has sensitive content.
And when the video, I'm assuming when we watched the video, was it just a video, any other wording around it, being like hashtags or anything else associated with the video, or just the video as it is, which is being correct right now?
I believe it was just the video. I would have to double check the actual recording. So.
You did watch 3 videos, but believe it to be 4, correct?
He stated there were 4, but I was only able to observe 3.
And she told you that these videos were posted without her consent, because she believed she was leaving or he was mad.
He believed it as a form of taunting her.
Okay. And would you find it to be the same like harassment?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned that there was this video. Well, from your observation, were you able to determine if this was from like a phone or like a studio type setting?
I wouldn't be able to determine exactly what it was, but it appeared to me as a phone.
Were any phones ever collected as far as the search of Mr. Leo's residence?
Yes.
And was those phones, as of now, according to your knowledge, have they been downloaded and went through or opened up?
From my knowledge, not yet. I believe there's a search warrant being obtained shortly for that.
So other than the videos that have been on Twitter, there's no other videos that have maybe the full video or any other thing other than what you treated Twitter?
Not of my knowledge.
Right. Is this the same video that, from your research, is this the same video that was from the day that they actually had sex before she left, like the night out? Can you understand it?
I do not know the date that the video had been taken. I only know the date that it was posted on Twitter.
So there's a possibility that this is another sexual encounter other than the one that is alleged here in the charges.
Yeah.
You stated that at some point in this altercation that she was assaulted by other members in the cult or the group.
Yes.
Or was there any follow-up investigation on that?
Yes, we have obtained multiple videos of Mr. Bishop actually ordering either females or males to hit the same sex. It's not necessarily just Miss Newell, but other members within the group.
Miss Newell, it precisely gave you two names that she alleged that was assaulting her on this particular day, correct?
Yes.
Was any follow-up with those 2 people as far as obtaining a statement to confirm if this actually was true or not?
We attempted to take a statement, but most of his members will not want to speak to us.
I noticed that in part of what you mentioned with Twitter is consent, right? Consent between the 2, correct?
Yes.
And you wouldn't have no idea to know if it was actually consensual between the 2 because you weren't there and had, obviously had sex. But from your experience in the videos that you watched, the videos seem to...
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to call for speculation.
I haven't heard the question yet, so let me hear the question.
Do you believe, did you see any evidence in the videos that this video was not consensual between the 2?
All right. So
Objection.
she raised an objection. Mr. Ganey, what's your response to the objection?
I'll reword it.
Your Honor, if that's Mr. Eady's response, I'd still object, saying that the question calls for an opinion, something that Detective Panosian would have no knowledge of in that moment. So that is speculation, and therefore he shouldn't be allowed to ask that question.
Either you want to respond?
No, I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
You stated that spoke to Miss Newell, correct?
Yes,
That she stated she was crying and when she had the last sexual intercourse she had with Mr. Aaliyah, correct?
correct.
Right. And this video was in the video that was on Twitter, was there any crying in that video?
Did not appear to have any crying.
Any crying or any sorts of resisting? Crying, fighting, words, no. And in the particular video on Twitter.
Not in the video from Twitter.
Okay. I gotta move down just a little bit, a few more questions. You stated that on March 24th was the last intercourse that they added, and March 30th was the report. Were there any communications to your knowledge between the 24th and the 30th?
She stated she changed her number and had stopped all communication after she left the location.
Did you ask, or if you, to your knowledge, do Miss Newell have any social media?
She stated she had deleted hers. I do not know if she has any others now.
In the same way that you went back to retrieve Twitter, I'm assuming you sent subpoena to Twitter, correct?
We sent a search warrant to Twitter. We are still waiting to receive that back.
We plan on sending a search warrant for Miss Newell's social media.
We do not have a social media for Miss Newell.
Let's backtrack just a little bit to March 24th. My understanding that Ms. Wells stated someone ordered her Uber on the day that she wanted to leave, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you also stated that he told her to go.
Originally, yes.
Originally told her to go. I'm not too familiar with the housing, but can you describe the house? Is it a multi-story? If you can just give me a brief description of how the house is set up.
The house is a single-family, 2-story house.
And from your understanding of Mr. Leahill's bed, would that be upstairs?
From my understanding, yes, but she did not state it occurred in his bedroom.
Okay, but the entry and exit to the house would be downstairs on the base level, correct?
Yes.
And you stated that once the Uber did arrive, her opportunity to leave, she decided that she wanted to say goodbye to Mr. Leahill, correct?
Correct.
All right, so Mr.
But
Leahill,
he also wanted to say goodbye to her.
right, you didn't mention that Mr. Leahill went to retrieve Miss Newell. Miss Newell went to Mr. Leahill herself, correct?
Yes.
You also stated that it was his request to say goodbye, correct?
Yes. Judge, would you mind if I expanded a little bit more on that?
You're not my witness. You're
Okay.
Ms. Pasmino's witness.
Essentially, because he is the leader, his requests are more like demands.
All right, do you have any, I don't want to jump too far back into that. I was trying to stay on task, but you stated that because he's the leader, how do you have any affirmation that he's a leader of a sex? Just wanted to know.
Not only did he tell us that he is God to these people, but he has admitted he was the leader of this group, as well as has multiple social media outlets where he posts his teachings, as well as his followers being called servants and pawns.
All right, so there was a statement given by Mr. Leahill.
Yes.
And what did you learn from that statement? And let's just start. When was that statement?
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, I'm going to, the information about his statement is irrelevant to probable cause of the charges. And so at this
I
point,
think
it's
it's
just
gonna
a
have
fishing expedition.
Yeah, I think it has some probative value. I'm gonna allow it. Go ahead, counsel. Overruled.
When was this statement? When did you come into first contact with Mr. Leahill?
He spoke with Mr. Bishop on April 14th, 2022. He was brought to headquarters while executing a search warrant on his residence. Mr. Bishop was read his Miranda rights and agreed to give a statement with us. Mr. Bishop denied raping anyone and essentially said he was a ladies' man, so he didn't have to rape anybody. He did state that they had sex that night, but he did not see it as rape. And excuse me?
You're correct.
He stated that the film of them having sex had been consensual, of them filming it, but he continued to deny any allegations.
Did he mention any other postings, any sexual?
He stated that they post sexual content as in education.
And upon your question for Ms. Noel, did you ever ask her about the educational posting of the videos?
No, I did not ask her about the educational value of the videos.
Yeah, for Mr. Alejo's statements itself. And I'll move to the questions.
I'm sorry, you broke up in and out. What was that question?
No, that was good. I'm sorry. I was just letting you know I was done with Mr. Alejo's question. I have a few more questions for you. We should be done here. I'm trying to backtrack to where I was at. Okay, so we have Miss Noel, just to bring it back, we have Miss Noel now in the upstairs with Mr. Alejo, correct?
Correct.
Right, you stated that he requested a hug.
He essentially requested to say goodbye.
And you stated in her testimony that she felt she couldn't leave.
I'm sorry, you broke in and out. I wasn't able to hear the full question.
In your testimony, did you felt that she couldn't leave?
Mr. Edie, your audio is spotty, so not sure what's happening because I heard the same thing twice where you just have your words went out.
Is it better to hear me this way?
I don't know. Let's try it.
Okay, I'm gonna try to hold it this way and have nothing covering the microphone.
All right.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your testimony today was that Ms. Noel never stated that she felt she couldn't leave, correct?
She was unable to get away from his grasp, and she felt that if she tried to leave, he would order the other followers to abuse her. So she had fear of her safety.
That was her belief. Correct?
Correct, and it was also her experience prior to all these other incidents.
All right. And I missed earlier, what was the history? How long has she been a member of this cult?
She stated 3 to 4 years.
You also stated that there were other times in which she was, I guess, safe to say, in and out. Came, gone, come and go.
Yes, she stated she had lived with them, I believe, twice before then.
All right. I guess the last 2 questions. Upon the search of the house, was anything other than phones confiscated?
All material that essentially could do any kind of recording, since we didn't know what the recording was taken on, as well as marijuana found, from my understanding.
And the last portion broke out from my phone when you were testifying. You stated that Miss Noel left that night, correct?
The next morning, essentially it started in the early hours of 3/24, and in the morning time around 9 a.m. was when she ended up leaving the location.
Were there people in the house during the time of the sexual intercourse on March 24th?
I believe so.
Did you reach out to any of those potential witnesses or anyone who would be in the house for any statements?
We spoke to a few of his followers. Most of them did not want to give us a statement.
So other than the statement you have from Mr. Newell and the statement you have from Mr. Leo, you have no other statements concerning March 24th, the sexual encounter that happened in Mr. Leo's house?
Yes.
Right, Judge, I have no further questions.
Ms. Pasmino, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Panosian, do you see Mr. Eligio Bishop present on this Zoom call here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you just please identify what he's wearing?
An orange jumpsuit and appears to be a white long sleeve under it.
He's the individual that you secured warrants for.
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Panosian, I know that the defense spent some time over Mr. Bishop supposedly making requests, and I wanted you to elaborate. It's your understanding from the inner workings of his group that his requests are seen as demands.
They're seen as orders or demands because of the fact that he is their leader, he is their God. He is seen as the person that they do anything for.
And from your investigation and your understanding of how his group works, if they did not comply with these orders or demands, would things happen to them?
Yes, he would order other members to strike the person.
And this is something that has been observed on multiple videos with multiple of his members, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, there's no other further questions.
Mr. Edie, any recross?
One question. Okay, mic was on. In these videos that you obtained of these demands of I guess actual sex of violence or acts of violence, where Miss Newell precisely were detected to be in any of these videos?
Not from my knowledge right now. Most of the videos that we observed, she was not in.
All right. And of any of the quote unquote alleged victims in that, were you able to get any statements of those alleged victims?
No, like I said, most of his followers would not give us statements.
Understood. No further questions.
State have any other witnesses?
No other witnesses, Your Honor.
Mr. Edie, you have any witnesses? Lawyers, argument, Mr. Edie?
Yes. Judge, our ask if we just go down and start with the basis of I guess the revenge porn. There was a bold, I guess, a clear line of statement on what the law reads that sexual content can be posted, obviously with the consent of two acts. I asked questions directly that will show that there was no way here, given evidence that will allow to determine if the sexual acts and the videos that were actually posted here were not consensual. There was, I guess, obviously the only videos that we have that ties into this would allege that there would have been some crying or some type of resistance. In the video that was allegedly posted here, it seems that according to talk to Mr. Leo, that these videos were in posted of sexual educations. The opportunity existed on an occasion to ask Mr. Newell that if these videos were part of the education in which it failed to do so. So what we have is Mr. Leo letting you know that these videos were posted into a sexual educational class, and if it was to be, disproved that the opportunity exists throughout this investigation, which has not done so. I also don't see any forms or anything other than a mere act of a belief, a strong belief that Ms. Newell believed that this was posted in the act of her leaving. But also in that statement to counter that she had been in this cult, quote unquote, for 3 to 4 years and have left on other previous times. But for some, I guess, ideal reason, this one particular time it's now being posted for some alleged act. So I state that the grounds or basis of the factors here to determine that this case has not been met by the state, that those cases on the revenge porn matters to be dismissed. If we go up down to the false imprisonment case, precisely, testimony was very clear that at some point Miss Newell ordered Uber, had someone order her Uber, that she was able to leave, and that it was upon her own request that she wanted to go back. So the idea or sense of care tends to be diluted or negated when she actually decided to travel from that, assuming the exit point downstairs and go all the way upstairs to meet Mr. Alehio. Okay, I'm back. To go up to meet Mr. Alehio, her alleged, assault or assaults her here, to go up to say goodbye, in which I believe nothing more came out of this situation than a last minute or last hurrah of a consensual sex belief of a goodbye after that. The only sense of confinement was a hug, and that she feared that she couldn't leave his grip or his grasp. Last we shoot up, so I asked that there is no determination of false imprisonment, and that none of the elements was met on behalf of the state. Last, we go look up at rape in the carnal knowledge without consent. There's obviously no way to confirm or disprove that the video that was posted on Twitter is the same as the video, and obviously would be from testimony will be differences that this was that. So the only thing we have is a statement from Mr. Wells saying that sex did have, and Mr. Leo, who consented that they did actually have sex, and his belief that it was consensual. She said that it wasn't consensual, no questions or anything was testified about any previous sexual, as it was a difference, DNA, because we both know that they have sex. So here we just basically have a he say, she say that they did previously have sex, they agreed to have sex, and another statement saying that they didn't have sex. So I felt that there's not enough evidence presented in either or nor cases that we have presented today, and that all cases should be dismissed and dismissed now and not to be further pursued up to Superior Court and down below.
Tasmino, argument?
Yes, Your Honor. In addressing the prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmission, we do ask the court to bind all three over as felonies, even though one of the warrant was for misdemeanor. I think Mr. Eady is kind of misplaced when he recites the law. The law doesn't require that the videos that are posted and the content that's in the videos be of consensual nature. It requires that the person did not consent to the posting of those videos. And as long as those videos were electronically transmitted or posted, whether it's a photograph or video on some type of social media website, sharing site or web page, a message board, if they were posted without the consent of the victim that's in that video, and they were posted for the purposes of harassing or taunting the individual, and it shows explicit conduct, then it's a felony, and that is probable cause for the warrant for that, and it should be bound over. You heard the testimony from Detective Panosian. Ms. Newell did not consent to the posting. This was posted after she left, and what she believes was in response to her leaving the group and potentially being taunted and harassed. We've submitted evidence about what the culture was like with Mr. Bishop and what he would order and demand and require his members to do when people left or disrespected him. And so based on that, there's enough probable cause for the prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions. And moving forward to the rape and false imprisonment, there's also enough probable cause for the warrants on these cases, and we ask that those be bind over as well. The fact that I think the defense trying to make a big deal that Ms. Newell has left over the years and come back to the pool, I'm sure this court's familiar with domestic violence relationships and how individuals will leave and go back routinely because of the hold that someone has over them, because of the threat, the fear that they have for their life. This is a situation in which Ms. Newell was part of a cult, and where Mr. Bishop, who somehow self-proclaims himself as God, as the leader of this organization, orders and controls other individual members in the group. And when they didn't do what they wanted him to do, when they didn't do what he asked of them, he would order some type of physical violence toward them. So there was a culture of fear with Mr. Bishop. This is evidenced by multiple videos that Mr. Bishop himself has posted, that other members have posted, that Detective Panosian has testified that she has observed. And Ms. Noah, at the end of the day, said that she told Mr. Bishop no multiple times. She told him that she wanted to leave. He held her, said that she could not leave, and specifically said that she was his property, and that she would not be allowed to leave, and then proceeded to rape her without her permission, engaged in intercourse with her without her permission. She essentially said no multiple times, and then let it happen in a way that because she was feared for her life, she feared for her safety. The law is clear. Any type of consent that occurs due to threats, coercion, or duress is not consent at all, especially when there is fear surrounding it. So based on the testimony, based on the evidence submitted, there is enough probable cause for all of these charges to be bound over to Superior Court.
Thank you very much, lawyers. Based on the evidence and testimony, I am going to find that the state has met its burden. With respect to the electronic transfer of the videos, the detective testified that she saw 3 videos of the alleged victim and the defendant here engaged in sexual intercourse. And it was a surprise to me that Twitter allows such videos to be posted. But the consent with respect to the law does not belong to Twitter, it belongs to the victim. And the victim here reported to the detective that she did not give consent. And so whether or not there was consent, I think is a jury issue. And so a trier of fact should determine whether or not it was done with consent or without consent, since both parties have two different stories. And so I am going to bind those over. Now, with respect to the difference between the misdemeanor and the felony, I haven't heard anything that would make me want to change these charges, because the statute states that it's a felony under B1A to post it to a website, and then it's a misdemeanor if it's posted via other electronic means. I haven't heard whether or not there are other electronic means, and so I'm not going to modify that charge. With respect to the rape charge, I do find the state has met its burden. Ms. Newell indicated that she wanted to go back and say goodbye for whatever reason, whether it was his request or her decision. But her testimony, or at least what she reported to the detective, is that the defendant told her, "You my property, you my bitch, you're not allowed to leave." And he started holding on her and wouldn't let her leave. That's her testimony. And so a trier of fact gets to determine whether or not that testimony is credible, or whether or not to believe that Mr. Bishop did not see it as a rape. Since he did admit it to the sex, he didn't see it as a rape, she does. That's a jury question, and it has to go in front of the jury. With respect to the false imprisonment, I believe there is sufficient testimony. Not only did the victim report she couldn't leave, but the person who called the Uber, she had to call them and say, "Look, I'm gonna have to sneak out at some other time." So I think that's enough to go in front of a jury and let a trier of fact determine whether or not there was false imprisonment. So that's why I do find that the state has met its burden, Mr. Bishop. All that means is that your case is going to be bound over to the Superior Court. Now, Mr. Edie, because of the rape charge, it's a Superior Court only bond. I can't do anything about that bond or any of the other bonds. So, Mr. Edie, anything else on Mr. Bishop?
No, that would be a judge.
All right.
All right, guys. You can't please everybody. I seen other videos. They were not in full. There's nobody over here breathing. It's part of their video. But I wanted you guys to hear it in full. If y'all was here in the beginning, the judge said that you cannot show this video on YouTube. That's why y'all got the hearing. That I will show some bits and pieces, but I'm going to have my picture in front of it, and I might mute that so y'all can see the faces and everything else. But I have to protect myself too. I have to protect myself. And I wanted you to see that the judge, his lawyer thought, well, he should be dismissed now. The judge like, no, I ain't changing nothing. Now My brother King Cab, I don't know if you've seen this in full, but what do you got to say about this?
Well, what's up, everybody? First off, Chad, what up? Peace to Boss Lady, the Queen, Queen Common, and Lady Divine. Listen, I didn't,
brother.
it wasn't anything that I didn't expect. You know, I think that from now until either there's a plea agreement reached with 50, like I said, because I'll bet probably 95% that he won't take it to trial. The 5% I leave is because 50 is stupid and arrogant. So he might get to a point where he sees that even taking a plea, he's gonna get football numbers as far as years. So he might, you know, try to roll the dice in that case and take it to trial. But, you know, if he blow trial, he may potentially do life. But I wasn't really surprised at all. It's not going to be a lot of shockers up until that point where it's either a plea agreement reached between his lawyer and the prosecutor, or they go to trial, because all of this stuff is going to be the next biggest thing is probably going to be discovery, but we're not going to get all of the discovery either, because you got to understand his lawyers are not going to want a lot of stuff out, because they don't want it to prejudice the potential jury pool if there is a trial. So I wasn't surprised, to make a long story short. Sugar Love, you on mute? Or did any of the panel hear me?
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
There she is.
Oh.
And
No,
guys,
it was just dead silent. I thought maybe that was me.
no,
Okay.
because this is a time where everybody want everybody to speak their piece without being interrupted. So while one person speaks, everybody's on mute. So when the next person speaks, everybody's on mute. So we don't talk. We don't cut nobody off. You know how sometimes we get to talking and we go, but wait and stuff. No, this is the time where I want everybody to speak their piece without being interrupted. So I was on mute too. Everybody's on mute because we ain't playing around no more. We ain't playing. And you know, people, like I said, I'm gonna find. I got other videos. You know how many people that DM me? And by the time I went to show the video was gone. It was gone because the judge said nobody asked for permission to take this video. So people hurried up and showed the video, and then they got rid of it. I'm not mad at them. So if you could still find it, that's good. But I understand that you may hear background. That's their background noise. And if I had to hear their background noise, I wasn't listening for the background noise. I was listening to what that judge, the lawyer, and the DA and stuff had to say. Our job is to bring the information. You may not like the background, neither did I. But don't come on here telling me what to do, because obviously if it was snoring or sounds and it was coming from my end, I would have stopped it. Now I'm going to show a little bit of his behavior and stuff, but I forgot the question I wanted to ask Kat. I'm too busy. I keep telling I got to stop reading this chat. Shit. Kev, you know you're going to have to start talking so I can remember, right?
Yeah, you're going to think about it in a minute. But it probably had to do something with, you know, just being what was going on today. And even with seeing the video, it's not a lot to see. He's just sitting there, you know, on teleconference and, you know, acting like he's shocked, you know, and acting like he was fumbling around reading something that he wasn't, because he knew what he was there for. It was just for his bond, and he knew he was going to get denied. But yeah, we're going to get a lot more information coming out. But like I said, keep in mind, always, no matter what you hear in the media, you see on the news, that's probably a tenth of what the police and the investigators have already. They don't want the public to know, because they don't want people to start trying to tailor their testimony or their statements, you know, based on what they know the police already know. So like I said, it's not going to be a lot of surprises.
Do you know, I want to hit on that, Kev, because you know that this is going like worldwide now. People are starting to take notice now of what's been happening over in America in the conscious community. Yeah, I need you guys to break down a bit more on what are the laws like in America, and what times is he looking? Do you not think? Because we don't know American laws and what crimes get what length of time. So that would be good if someone can.
Well, we can't really do that because every state is different. So what goes on in New York may not go on in California. This is Atlanta.
Okay. So it's not like England. In England, it applies across the country. So it's
right.
not
No,
like
it's not like that in America. Each state has their own jurisdiction. And like I said, I do got videos for you guys that's showing it, but I'm going to put my picture in the front. But what happened with that situation was it wasn't the whole case. I wanted you to hear the whole thing because you know how when some people catch it, it depends on when they caught it. They didn't catch the full thing. So this particular video had from beginning to end. Other people just got like, they didn't catch it at the beginning and then they caught it at the end, but I wanted you guys to hear the beginning. But I got you guys. I know I got you. You know, I'm going to show you more. But please go easy. Go a little bit easy on the host. Go a little easy on the host. But and make it so bad, I didn't hear none of that, what y'all heard. I didn't hear none of that. It sounds clear to me, but I'm in my headphones. I don't know what y'all hear on y'all headphones.
Yeah, you do a great job bringing the information on Sugar Love. You know, presenting it and putting it out there for everybody to digest and kind of talk about. And I just want to piggyback real quick about 10 seconds on what Sugar Love said, Lady Divine, about the laws. So for instance, like she said, it is very individualized for each state. For instance, New York is very strict on gun laws. Georgia is very lax on gun laws. And speaking about 50 in particular and the charges he's facing, Georgia is one of the most strict states on sexual abuse, child abuse, sex trafficking, and the distribution of electronic pornography because of all of the other crimes and factors that they're hard on. So keep that in mind. He's in one of probably the worst states he could be in himself personally, dealing with these kind of charges.
Yeah, and I wanted to add to that too. There's felonies and misdemeanors. So, you know, he's in a felonious state now. So a felony clearly is much heavier than a misdemeanor. And then sometimes, even though how sick it is, like Illinois, where I'm from, misdemeanor sex crimes exist, which is really twisted. And it's a kind of an oxymoron. So it's really touch and go, just depending, like they said, with the states and how they separate the laws.
Oh, now I know what I was going to ask Kevin. If you are finished, Queen, like I said, we don't want to talk over each other today. We want everybody's thing. But Kev, she just reminded me I was going to ask you. Yo, Kev.
I'm here. I'm just listening. I knew you would come back as soon as I started running my mouth.
Oh, okay. So I know you at work and stuff like that. But I wonder, how did y'all feel when the judge said, I'm not changing nothing? Everything is still going to stand.
I was jumping up and down for joy. I celebrated that because, gee, she's really, truly an OG. She was like, well, this is what he said. This is what he did. And I can't change that. And there we go. I felt good about that. Very good about that.
Passport Ray. Are you a Ray? Are you a Pookie and Ray? All y'all biased. Well, go send him your money and y'all, you going over there and you have a nice day. And you go, you know what he like his thing done. You go on over there and go do his thing. Get on your knees like the rest of them do. Get on your knees, Mr. Ray.
Drop kick him. Yeah,
and do what Ray and go do what Rays do. You got the passport and your Ray. You go on over there to Georgia and you go do your Ray thing. Now you going about your business. Boss lady,
I had to drop kick him.
are you there?
You get him, queen.
You sniped her. We call it snipe. You sniped them.
Yeah, drop kick with a snipe on the way out the door. 9mm hot one, 3 to the backside.
Hey, Nick, boss lady, wake up. Was it you? Now, boss lady was muted. I was gonna say, what did you snoring? But boss lady it was muted. All right.
So sugar, quickly, just the only reason why I asked that original question is because we remember back to when it was Malachi's York. And remember, he got over 100 years. We're still itching our heads to how we even got that amount of time. So we're like confused on how the laws work in America and what length of time gets what crime, goes for what crime. So it's crazy. He could be getting years because we still don't know what all the other witnesses says. This is just the Neytiri bit. We still ain't got to the Velvet. She's got her own pending thing as well in another state, right? Another state. Then we've got BP that said that she's going to be appearing as a witness. We don't know what she's going to add to it.
Didn't Joyce say? I gotta find out. Didn't Joyce say she's gonna be a witness? Now my thing is to Star, which I had a whole show set up for y'all later. I'm still gonna show it later. But for Star, who did all them, who remember Star doing all them African moves and African planning and seeking the ancestor, all these people that was done dirty. Are y'all gonna step up now? Because this is the point. Thank you for coming to the internet. You are now going to take that to the court, especially with the false imprisonment. Are you going to take that to court? And then where they messed up at is that they forgot when the day before when Malaya said that she was leaving, they forgot that Terry was part of that. So that was good. They can't say the word acting no more. So you're not making her look bad by saying the girls attacked you, because she was one of the girls who was attacking too. So that go to show you on his command, they have to attack you. And it's also what's going to really make him look bad, as he said, go and get her. And that was just the day before. So we can, even if we don't go back no further, we all know the day before Malaya said she wanted to leave. And then they said we are actors. But they forgot that Terry was one of the ones that was like, I'm going to punch you in your jaw, or do something to you in the jaw. And Terry was threatening her. Now, that will go against the acting behalf, because they forgot she was the one when Nature Boy said go get her, they went to go get her. I heard on another channel, the poor baby bled out. Lisa, we don't know. What we do know is that baby was used for another reason. And even if that baby bled out and they didn't call an ambulance, they didn't call nobody, that is a murk.
And that's that baby there. That's not one death that they got on their hands. They got multiple deaths. We ain't got to Mama Dia yet. Mama Dia. Oh boy.
Hey, Precious.
And Shug, I wanted to jump in real quick just for
I'm going on mute. Y'all do y'all.
Lady Divine, just to kind of give you a little bit of a peekaboo. I pulled up, the Georgia law for this situation, the RAPE.
That's what we need.
And this is just a guesstimation I found online. I just quick search, but they say, in Georgia, the penalty for this is life in prison without parole, or minimum of 25 years in prison, followed by lifetime probation. So you can kind of gauge it's a spectrum. It could be on the lower end or the higher end, depending on the severity. And just from personal experience and my own journey with this subject, the person that I was up against got 30 years because, I was darn near beaten to death. So it just depends on how severe, they see it in court and what the jury decides, of course. But yeah, minimum 25 years. So
And they take in as well consideration when they're giving these sentences. Yeah, they take in consideration like the act of the person, what they're about. So the fact that he's a cult leader, that's also, and he's an admitted one. They said in court today, he's an admitted cult leader. That's going to go against him because now you're enticing people, and then when they get there, then you're harming them. Oh, he's
Right.
Now
he's
So
somebody
on
said,
that on top of all the programming too. So he could be in there, he'll rot probably.
somebody said Solar's going to break. He's been haunted. Solar is going to have to break because that was his child, and he is responsible. Him and Zoker, not on this behalf, not Nature Boy. Them two are responsible. That was their child. So they made the decision not to go to the hospital. They made the decision to have somebody do it. We don't know why, on what was the purpose for the baby. We don't know, but we do know. We do know. But then again, we don't know, but we do know. At the end of the day, they're gonna for him to get out of that, he's gonna have to spill beans on Nature Boy or his ass going down. Him and Zoka is going down. Zoka, she must be really beyond heavily indoctrinated, and she still has access to drugs or whatever that she's doing, the shroom or whatever. But she's not taking account that she was Baby Love's mother, and she's the one that gave birth. And so nobody, that's the one thing Nature Boy is, even if he put that in their head, at the end of the day, so they may give him a plea deal on that baby to tell, we don't know, I'm just speculating here. I'm just speculating. So who else want to speculate with me? Go right ahead.
I agree with that. I do. And then I saw a snip on another channel where Solar kind of dry snitched on himself without really understanding how deep it was. He kind of spoke on how he felt, where he kind of bottled it up and kind of, buried it. And he didn't really want
I
to.
played it.
Yeah, it was on here too, and it was another one. He spoke a little more in
he
detail.
Went on to Nika Nights again. He basically went over there and just basically gave it all up. That's what
he gave up the ghost about the baby and how he really feels about it now that he's been gone since his god was jailed and everything. And he's starting to feel it. It's starting to seep back into the surface from the way I see it. Now I could be wrong, but I think his guilt is really getting to him, and he really wants to address it. And it's layers to it. You know what I mean? He really wants to try to heal and do it the right way with the mother, with Zoka. But because of the way things are now, the way that it's unfolding, he's struggling with all of that at one time, which is the drinking and the party. Every time he goes live, he's medicating himself. You know what I'm saying? So, but I think though, if that were my kid, I don't think I could bottle that in.
He's struggling. He's struggling. He agreed to what Nature Boy did. And remember, he was there for. I tell you, we watched a lot of them grow up. When they had no baby faces, now they got mature faces. So he ain't struggling with nothing. He's struggling with, damn, what if they pull this up? If they pull this up, what am I going to say for my own defense? So that's what he's struggling with.
Sorry to cut you, Sugar. And what about the marriages? Are we going to establish whether those marriages were legal ones with all of them?
They legal.
Are they legal? Okay.
Yeah, because we was able to look them up. We was able to look them up, and when in America, when you get married, it's legal document.
That's deep too, because of the legal bind with the marriage, and then the baby's passing, the mystery, the question mark there, that could even make it even heavier for Zoka and Solar.
That's what I'm thinking. Right.
Yeah.
The only reason why
they're
I asked
married,
that is the marriages. Right. The reason why I asked that, because I know here in the UK, they got certain laws where they say that a husband can't sometimes, or a wife can't plead against. It depends on the situation. So I'm wondering if those are legal out there. Do you not have those same kind of laws where, they don't want to testify against each another or give evidence against each other because they're legally married? I'm not sure how it works out.
All of them are not legally married, first of all.
Okay.
Right. And then a lot of this stuff goes back before any of them were married. A lot of this stuff goes back, but the purpose of them getting married is because they was called the sex cult. So they wanted to take away that stigma. So 4 of them got married. So let's see this. Oh, okay. We're gonna read them laws later, but thank you, Darting. But like I said, that was the purpose of them getting married, not so they can't tell on each other. That was to take away the stigma.
Right. So it was a part of the, yeah, okay, I get it. It's all planned. Okay.
Serenity was about, if I'm not mistaken, Rocky was the only one who did not have a rough pregnancy. It's just that her body was rough, but the rest of them was because of the pregnancy and not getting help. He knew he was going to make Zoka one of his wives. Okay, that's true. They need to charge her. Well, please be careful how you say that for the V brigade. Come on, I'm just joking. They can come over here if they want to. They can do whatever they want to do. We ain't worrying about them. But you would love to join what, Isabella? Would you like to come up? Would you have something to say? What do you mean? I love to join. It's Bella, a baby I am. Would you like to come up? Would you like to come up? You can come up. You can come up if you want to. Spouse can come up. Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say in the chat, H squared HOH. She's a new subby, and thank you, by the way. I put it in the chat earlier. I don't know if you saw that, H squared. Thank you for the new sub. She said Serenity is here on my island. So I take it, yes, Hawaiian Heather. So can you drop what specific island that is within the islands of Hawaii? H squared, if you can.
Yeah, but Serenity from the beginning, remember, she did a lot of selling people out. Serenity is not the Serenity you think she is. So she's responsible for this thing goes way back, but it's all according to if it's related to this case. That's why I said they're going to have to start dropping more charges, because regardless of what they come up with, it has nothing to do with this case. Now, far as the false imprisonment, now we can show that. We can show that. We did a video. When you want to leave a carbonation, these are the things that happen. I just have small opinion. Well, your no opinion is small. That's your opinion. I put the link in, and that's fine. That is fine. But it's not a small opinion. That's your opinion. Nothing about you is small. All right? So the best part of the video to me, the only thing I heard that I want to hear was 2 things. When the man said we should drop this right now, right? And then when he said, okay, defense, it's your turn. Because he thought that was they should have seen that boy got their face. He was happy for a second. He was happy for a second. Yeah, affluent caliber married. And then she got a website. She still got to make her money and stuff, but she's not the person you think she is. Miss Hawaiian Heather.
And I wanted to point out something too, just in case anybody didn't catch it, but this chat is really smart and everything, but just in case, you notice how every woman that paired up, married or whatever, was feeling another man, Nature Boy broke them up on purpose. Amen. This is what his pattern is. That's what narcissists do. They like to have this nice, nasty cycle. They love bomb you, draw you in, and they say, oh, you're here to find yourself, find your partner, find your higher self. And then they go and sabotage everything you work so hard to try to learn or whatever that. I still want to know what the damn knowledge is. I still want to know.
That's the part of
That's the problem.
All right,
he
so
took knowledge and mixed it with his evil.
let us mute up and let it's Bella Baby. I am speak. Welcome to the panel.
Hello.
Thank you, y'all. Am I not muted?
Hello.
You gotta cut off the YouTube. You want mute your YouTube. You on StreamYard now.
Oh my God, I have no idea how to do this stuff.
Okay,
y'all.
you good. You good. Just talk.
Okay, I'm good. Hey, y'all, thank y'all for putting me in or whatever. I really do appreciate it. I was just listening to the stream. And it's just certain things that I don't agree with for certain reasons. We have to understand that these people were totally mind manipulated. The reason I feel like I can speak on it just a little bit is because I had a small situation myself. Am I? Did I mess up?
Yeah.
You went I think your internet connection went down, but you can start again. We're hearing you.
Or her headphones or something. You have to check your mic.
If you're in a car and you have your windows down too, it sounds like it's a lot of wind, so it may be that.
Yeah, I'm getting all of this together. I apologize.
Okay, you good now.
Some videos are out of the knowledge. What knowledge? The knowledge excludes me. There is nothing wrong with the level you are at. I taught myself a thank you and just stumble on the specific work that I've loved. Before you know it, you will be a pro. Mm-hmm. All right, it's okay. I want to show some of the thing while Isabella get her stuff together. So when she do get herself together, she's gonna have to go on mute. No, nobody's speaking, Lisa, because y'all thought I didn't have y'all. I told you I got y'all, but I'm gonna have to put my face in front of it. But his probable cause case go out the window. He thought he was gonna beat the first. Like, damn! First, I didn't get bail the first time. Damn! I didn't get bail the second time. Damn! Now my probable cause. Damn! And she said this gotta go. This stuff gotta go to a jury. He like, damn. First, I was judging everybody. Now these people gonna have to judge.
Mm-hmm. That's right. But Sugar, this is what I wanted to point out to you, and hopefully you picked up on it as well. Remember, we were saying that it's only Nantiri at the moment we're focused on because she's the one that's initiated and got this far. We haven't got to the Canadian one yet. You know, the one that's locked up now? We haven't, remember, her family sent the whole BBC and all of that stuff out there to find out what's happened. Is it Kayla? Her name was? Was it Kayla? Right, we haven't even got to that. Once they start investigating all of that, because remember, the family said that she was manipulated. He preyed on weak-minded, vulnerable individuals. The whole documentary was done. Oh, he's done. It's a wrap for him.
You gotta remember, it has to pertain to the case.
No, I mean the additionals. The additionals.
No, now if they decide to make additional, see, that's the thing what we need to be doing. So it doesn't be just about the case. They should add on more. So he has to answer for everything. Right now, he just got to answer for the bait and so now these people now have to say yes. He does say you're mine, you're my belongings. People got to say that he does not ask for permission. They got to do what is told. But we need all these people who made all of these videos after they left. Yeah, you told us that, but now we need you to testify what we've been saying for the longest. Thanks for telling us. PP loans the Cherry didn't get a PP loan. But again, PP loan is federal, number one. Hey, Brandy. And number two, that's a whole different case. So we trying to put everything into this one case. Now, additional charges need to be put there. Like Okay, people brought that up. Now they can look into it. That's another charge. We need to keep these charges piling up, piling up, piling up. So unless they are witness for Nateri, not for themselves, for Nateri, that's why he said that Nature Boy can bring his witnesses and Nateri could bring her witnesses. So they will have to now say, yes, that part is true. When I try to leave, blah, blah, blah. You would say, after I was married, I am legally married to this guy, just like Efru is legally married to Caliber. How are you legally? Zoka is legally married. If I'm not mistaken, Zoka's legally married. I get the picture. But either way, that would prove that you take all these men wives, and these are legal wives. You take all their lives. So that's how you build a case. These people have to say, yes, this is true. Jury would have to say, when I try to leave, this is what happened to me. That video that she did live while she was trying to leave, that would be proof that she's not lying.
Mm-hmm.
That
You,
was
you
not
know,
a
she just
lie.
messed up. You know, you just hit a nail on the head that completely went over my head until you just said it. You just said literally, Zoka, I think she's married to Musa, isn't it? She's married to one of them.
Zoka's married to, I don't know if Zoka's one of the ones.
But listen, she went onto the news and said, free my husband. She used the word husband. So, girl, how you out here hollering on the big news, husband, when you're legally married to somebody else? Make it make sense, Zoka. Zoka's crazy. I don't know what she's doing right now.
Well, Sheba is legally married to True. Why are you in his bed and his wife also? So it is an X cult number. It proves it is an X cult because y'all know what the word S means, because y'all don't even respect marriage. He doesn't even respect marriage. What does this man respect?
Absolutely. And y'all keep in mind, you know, you've shown plenty times how that one piece of video evidence with them smacking Malia, you know, when they were massaging him that evening, and she was supposed to be getting punished for having to be acting spoiled, you know, and she got smacked in the face, and he was like, she holds it in her mouth. That one, you know, the prosecution showed that video to the
No, we
court.
can't hear you, love, and for some reason you're off the screen. That's why we can't hear you. You went out. But our people have to remember, we know all of this. People have to remember it has to be pertaining to Janae's case, unless you're forming your own charges.
Right. And this is just a preliminary probable cause hearing. They're just trying to find probable cause to charge him with what.
And they did.
Exactly.
That was the best part of the video.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the best part. And so they have to do this with each person. They have to find probable cause for XYZ, everybody that may choose to come forward against him, and see if they can flip those who don't want to. So, you know, they're going to go down the checklist and check off the ones that are easiest to flip, so they don't have to do so much work to gather more charges on him from different people.
All right, she popped back in. I'm going to let her say before I show the video that's in front of us. And then we're going to have another panel. Okay, talk freely.
Can I add something real quick before Stella Baby comes on? Just one little nugget. I don't know how many people noticed this, but during that hearing, and Sugar Love pointed that out earlier about how the judge was real short with him about it. Do you remember this one little snippet about 5 seconds when she said, "Oh," and he refers to himself and is a self-proclaimed God of these people?
Yeah,
I think she pointed that out to say that under no circumstances would she allow a man back out in public to be around the people who consider him God, because it's no telling what they may do in his name and on his behalf. So I just wanted to throw that little nugget in there. I'm on mute.
That's true. And it's on record, him got them on there, asking them all. Remember when, what's his name? True was saying that he will cut off his arm to protect him or to save him. All of that's out there. So they're going to see him as a danger to society.
That's if the court allows them videos. It all that girl, I love her. Cause the other lady who took the DA, whatever, just who took it, she ain't good. But that lady is my hero. She's my hero. Nature Boy gonna dream about her all the time and how what can he do to that girl? He gonna try to come to her dreams and everything. But that girl got a Nature Boy block spray on his ass. Cause that lady is she don't play with that lady with the ponytail. Nature Boy like, damn, I should have hired her. And then you notice how his lawyer kept saying they had sex. Like he was trying to be cute. And they was like, no, you're misleading. That girl.
Yeah, that made me sick to my stomach when he said had sex. I wanted to vomit. That just was disgusting to me.
Where's she at? Bella?
I'm trying to come in, y'all. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Nice and clear.
Okay, that's cool. My headphones ain't working how I want them to. And upon listening to some of the things, I probably forgot a few things that I wanted to interject on. But first of all, I just want to say gratitude. Thank you for having me on, and thanks for covering the case. I have been literally following them for almost since the beginning. So it's just certain things I don't agree on because I actually myself, I am from like right next door to St. Louis in Illinois. I've been wanting to do a blog and write a book called A Cult in the Hood. Why? Because during the time I started watching Nature Boy, or I'm gonna call him Chief for this reason, that when I started watching Chief, I was dealing with a guy who called himself Chief as well. I feel like I was saved out of being in a cult because I was watching Nature Boy. So in a way, he saved me. I don't agree with shit that he has done or been through or done to these women. But I feel like I can speak on it just a little bit because the mind manipulation is real, guys. It is really, really real. I don't. It's hard a little bit to discuss it because those guys are victims. Everybody that was under Nature Boy, they're victims mentally. When I say that these people F with your mind, it's scary. It's scary. So I agree a little bit that they need to come up and say what happened, because if they don't, they should probably be charged. But right now with what they're going through, they're victims and they should actually stand out as victims. And I don't think the punishment for whatever happened shouldn't be as harsh as it should be if they wasn't victims. Do that make a little bit of sense? Everything that they did was mind manipulated. That's why I want to give Joy, remember Joy, Tori?
Yes.
Tori credit. Do you guys remember her video taping when she left?
I just put that
She
up
stood
and I showed it, and I'm gonna show it again. We're gonna show that again tonight.
I can't hear very well, y'all. I hear y'all a little bit, but if y'all remember that video, that's proof that they should actually use in the court right now, because Tori, she is strong. She is strong as hell. She knew what they was gonna do, how they were gonna do it, what the manipulation concepts were. That's why she recorded everything. And if you listen to her voice, she stood strong. Now with I'll compare that with Janae's situation. Janae is strong, don't get me wrong, but she was weak in her situation because these manipulators are strong as hell. It's literally a mind thing.
Yeah,
he deserves every freaking thing he gets. I'm glad this shit is happening right now, because he deserves everything he gets. These people are victims until further notice. And one more thing before I stop. Not only they're all not victims. Okay, funny situation. I was watching YouTube and an advertisement showed up about a video, a movie called Unborn. I advise y'all to watch it. Anybody that's following this case, watch Unborn. And it was about a cult situation. And everybody was supposed to kill themselves except this one guy. I don't want to hold y'all or whatever, so let me try to get through it real quick.
Yeah.
Now what happened was...
It's going to be a little short-winded because I want to get to the people to see the case that's here on TV.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say, in that movie, the people, if you leave unwillingly, like the rest of them had to leave, they had to leave when Eligio was locked up. I wouldn't trust them that much, but I also feel like they're victims. So with them smacking each other and all of that, and when they were talking about...
Somebody made a good case. Kev, where you at?
I'm right here. I'm right here. I was trying to get done.
This one is all for you. It's on the screen. I agree, but tell me how you feel about what Joseph just put on that screen.
Okay, let me find the comment real quick.
It's on the screen. It's on the screen.
By the logic, uncle called gang members victims. Exactly, Joseph Humphrey. You made several smart comments. So let me just say this to you. It's baby. Let me listen to, and let me explain, because at some point, no matter what the manipulation, unless and there's very narrow specific occasions when you are being threatened with the threat of your own death. But when it's simply mind manipulation, a gang member could simply say, you can't hold me responsible for killing that. I'm under the influence of the gang. If you had that mind frame, there would be no co-defendant. So you would have nobody to turn state's evidence on the original person, because no one else, or you wouldn't feel, there would be no hesitation on assisting other people in committing crimes, because all you would have to say is that they manipulated my mind. See, that's what we have to be careful of. I understand where that thought process is coming from, but you have to understand,
I'm going on
if
mute.
you're not
on mute. Hold the chat down for a second. I gotta get me something to eat.
okay.
So I'm gonna
You
be on
can't.
mute. So don't act.
Yes, you can be under a certain amount of mind manipulation. Isabella, baby, but you have to also understand, these people made conscious decisions to do other things that didn't require them to be under mind control. You got to distinguish. If people are in a situation where they're allowed to do what they want to do, even if they have to take some type of mental or physical punishment, but they're able to live out their, let's say, sexual fantasies, their deviant social and tendencies, then that's what they're doing. It's not a matter of they're all walking around like zombies and they can't control their actions because of the brainwashing. These people have willingly agreed to go along with certain things because it benefits them, because they get money when they go on their lives, and they count on and they count on people like you being sympathetic toward them, because now and I'll just say this and then I'll let you get back. When you have a person like True, and you have a person like Musa, and you have people like Tron who have committed R against other women, if you don't hold them accountable, then what are we talking about?
Now, I would totally hold them accountable for certain things. However, and the world is evolving every day. And this situation, as far as the cult thingy, I think that even Nature Boy is going to bring a different light to how these situations are handled. I am not excusing these guys at all. I am not. I mean, I am just strictly saying, remember.
Hold on, sister. That comment was not for you. That comment is what Jeff, I had to put you on mute for 1 second. The comment was made according to the comment that Jeffrey put up there. It was have nothing to do with what you were saying. It's two different things. So don't take it as he was talking to you. Okay, baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you can still go ahead. But I want to start with this. I'm going on mute. And then
yes, ma'am. That's awesome. And I am not saying they shouldn't be blamed, especially now at this point. Everybody should claim their victim role. Does that make sense? They should claim it and say, oh gosh, oh darn, especially at this moment during the court cases. Hey, let me go ahead and step up as a victim so that I won't get in as much trouble as they could possibly be in. However, the ones that still there after Nature Boy got locked up, like I said, they are the least victims because they didn't leave on their own accord. They're still under the control. All I wanted to say was basically there is a certain type of mind control, and guys, it is strong, it's effed up, and it's not fair. It's not fair. I was almost in this situation, and watching these guys is what got me out of my situation.
She just answered. I'm going to, but she just answered her own question.
I was just getting ready to.
What she said, she said she saw these things, and I'm proud that you did not get set up and you did not go. But a lot of them saw this and still went. You saw this and like, nah,
Right.
they saw the same thing
Yeah.
you saw. Now I want Kevin to finish with this because people think Simone thinks they think that gang members are not recruited. They are absolutely recruited. I have seen them go to 12-year-old, 11-year-old. But Kevin, get more. I gotta be on mute now. Kevin got to handle this. But
Okay,
Kevin, if you can read the comments that's containing the gangs and answer them out.
Yeah. Just to go back to what you said real quick, Bella. At the end of your comment, I noticed you said you almost got caught up. What attracted you to that code?
Okay. Am I off of mute?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, my story is a little different. I met a guy. I am long-winded, so I'm gonna try to keep it short. I met a guy, and he was so cool. But I was good with him for a few years until I knew he had a wife and everything. But he came to me one certain type of way. And also I wanted to say there is knowledge, guys. Honestly, there is knowledge, but they teach you the knowledge and they use it against you. Okay. So I was caught up in a situation. There's a guy, the first name was Chief. That's why I put the two situations together. And everything was good. He was my teacher. He literally was my teacher. Everything was good. He was teaching me all kind of things about nature. And then there was a situation where I was introduced to his wife in the physical, and it came up as far as being polygamous, which honestly, when it was brought to me and the way everything was brought to me, I was for it. It was weird, and different, but people in this so-called conscious sector, we are looking at things a little bit different. We don't want to work, and it's not being lazy. It's just being self-sufficient. I'm sorry if I can't hear y'all that good, so I'm trying to listen,
You were being
a little
groomed.
bit.
You were being
I was literally being groomed. I was. And his wife even told me that he's so smart that he can do things for several years and make one decision based off of that. He definitely groomed me for 3 years before I was even introduced into being in this polygamous relationship.
So that being said, now let's go back to the comment that you made before that. You said this mind control is so powerful. No, it's not. If you believe that someone can control your mind, they will. But you had several signs prior, just from the paragraph that you just spoken, you had several signs to know that whatever quote unquote knowledge that this man was giving you can be found in any book. 2, he gave you an indication that he was not a morally upstanding person when you didn't find out about the wife until later. But once after the 3 years had passed by and he was grooming you, he knew that you were open to that. So you didn't go, but you were a half step from there. So you have to understand, you weren't under some kind of trance, some kind of mind control. You liked what he said. You liked how it sounded. You wanted to impress him. You wanted to be with him. So you started subscribing to the things that he put out to you. Even if some of the things didn't sound right, even if it didn't sound right, you went along with it. And that's what these people are doing. And that's the point we're trying to make to you. It's not an unconscious. Go ahead, sister.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off. I agree. And there has to be a certain mind frame. Hold on, I'm sorry, y'all. I came outside. There has to be a certain mind frame. And I think that I was a little bit too powerful to be inducted. Now, if y'all remember, what's the guy who the guy who had the baby, Nature Boy brought him back? What's my little baby name?
Jahumi.
No, not your homie. Not your oh shit. What's the boy name? He just had the baby with the girl. Nature Boy brought him back over there, and he ended up leaving in the middle of the night.
Osiris.
You know what? And I don't know if I'm being conceited with this or whatever, but Kite made a point that he said that a lot of very intelligent people are inducted into cults. Now, I do consider myself an intelligent person, and I was almost into this cult until watching Nature Boy. And you're right. There are certain things you actually have to question. I questioned a lot of things, and when I got the answer back, I said, hold up. Now, after all of this time, I have become to love this guy. I love him as a person and who he is and what he was teaching me. But I also realized the bullshit he was feeding me, and I wasn't falling for it. I
Okay,
wasn't
so
falling
that's what I'm.
Hold
So that's
on.
what I'm saying.
Now
It's
let me
an
just say
oxymoron.
something. This ain't got nothing to do with her case. I just got to do. People are spiritually starved, and the devil used 50 tongues. Y'all forgot.
Yeah.
Hold up. Y'all forgot. No, he didn't control nobody yet. That's what June 5th was about.
Mhm.
So we just covered this. That if you do come to school and come to class on time, we break stuff down to the smallest molecule, and that's what Kevin is doing right now, Bella. We break stuff down to the smallest molecule. So
I love it.
okay, so
Mhm.
I'm going back on mute because I'm trying to get me something to eat so y'all can talk about me eating on the channel like you usually do. Right.
Can I just jump in real quick about the polygamy piece real quick, Kev? I'll be real brief so you don't lose your thoughts
Go
because
ahead,
this is
Queen. I'm on
awesome.
mute.
All right. But the polygamy, I wanted to point something out to both men and women when it comes to studying polygamy and why polygamy is practiced anyway. It's not a Western tradition. It's not of the Western culture to practice polygamy. And it's not for sex only. Polygamy is to help those less fortunate women who want to make something of their lives, right? Polygamy is not slavery. One man is not supposed to have multiple wives just to have sex and have babies. It's to reinforce the culture of whatever tribe, of whatever group, or however you want to put it. It's not used as a weapon. And that's what a lot of these westernized people who say they're forming these groups and are polygamists don't understand. They see, oh, I got a lot of women around me. I can have sex as much as I want. And whatever happens, happens. Polygamy is not for sexual reasons. We have to keep that in mind. And it sounds great. We could have sister wives and I have somebody to help me keep all these kids together, or whatever. But it's really a lot more complicated, right? You have to understand that you're going to be sharing the same person and having to split up time, and all of that too. And before you get into this stuff with these so-called polygamists, you have to think about it. Am I going to be able to get along with these people? Does this so-called leader really know what he's talking about when it comes to polygamy? That's why we have to research these topics, the so-called knowledge for ourselves as well. And not just take in everything somebody say just because it's new and exciting or different.
Queen, not to cut you off. Bella, can I say this to you real quick? Not to cut you off, I'm gonna let you talk.
No, you're fine. You're good.
I know it's your first time up, so you don't know. But when you're not speaking, just hit the little mute button so we can't hear your background.
Is it Mike? Yes.
Yeah. But no, you can. That's when other people are speaking, so it's quiet. But now you can unmute and go ahead.
The funny thing about polygamy, he never brought polygamy to me until about 2.5 years later. And the funny thing, I would confide in my sister about it, and she said it first before I even thought about it. And she said, "Girl, he tried to polygamy you." And I even asked him, "Let me tell you how mentally manipulative they are." And I even asked him, like, "Hey," because he was my good friend before like everything happened. And he said, no, he said, "I'm not trying to polygamy you." He said, "Polygyny, there's a difference."
See, so that's the word.
Exactly.
They are two different terms, but he was trying to spin you. And
that's what I'm saying. And I'm not trying to make these people just be straight victims, because they did play their role in what they played in. But by me being in that situation a little bit and knowing how they play with the mind, it's deep. Like, I even think I need a little bit of therapy because of the situation. And I wasn't even in it as half as long as they were.
I was going to ask you if you got therapy, because even though you didn't physically go into a cult, you were being groomed and you were under a cult mind state for those 3 years that man was grooming you. Because you said yourself, he got you to question your own inner judgment. And I'm going to say one more thing and I'm going to let you rock. Don't ever say that a man or anyone else is your teacher. You are your own teacher. God will teach you everything that or whatever creator you call your creator will teach you what you need to know. That is the first step of manipulation, by believing that another physical human being has more dominion or more reverence or more spirituality or understanding than you do. That's
Right.
it.
That's the
Go ahead. So,
that's the
Because
fact.
consciousness is knowing thyself. You're conscious
That's
of
true.
who you are, where you come from,
Ashay,
who your
Look how
Ashay,
ancestors are.
Ashay.
If you don't study yourself, nobody can tell you about yourself but you. That's just like, Europeans telling me that I'm not Native American, that I'm black. You understand what I'm saying? You have got to dig inside yourself first. Somebody on the screen telling me, "Oh, you're this, you're that, you're a cauliflower or whatever." I'm gonna be like, "F you. Go sit and spin. Go scratch. I can study me. I know me better than you know me, and I have my demons or whatever you want to call it, my shadow work, however you want to label it. It all comes back to source, which is you. That's why we have an intuition. That's why we have chakras. That's why we meditate and listen to ourselves, our body. Your body tells you when you need water, right? You're not going to wait till you dehydrate, turn on the computer and say, "Am I thirsty?" No, that's where it comes from. The basics. It's consciousness of self. Do I know me? And nobody going to be able to tell you who you are.
and that was an excellent point. And let me break it down like this, too, Bella. Think about it in this way. If you go into a school for the first time, you go into a university, and a college professor is giving you all the information on this course. Just say it's biology, say it's physics, and you're learning all this information, and you go, "Wow, I'm blown away. I never heard this. I didn't know these certain things existed." You would not make that college professor your guide because he knows more information than you do. He's just learned in that subject, in that area. And that's the same thing with these cult leaders. Just because they know or they expose you to information that you may not have been exposed to before, that doesn't make them divine. That doesn't make them a messiah, a messenger, or any of those things. Those are the things that men have adopted because they know that when people are spiritually starved, like the sister said earlier, that you will look to grasp onto something. And especially, and part of, you said a couple of other things I just wanted to point out as well. You said he was my friend. Y'all was probably almost best friends. You respected him. You loved him as a person before you even accepted all the other things. That's why you were able to go against your own better judgment, but that's all part of the grooming process. And I would just encourage you, and this is not to say anything is wrong with you, but I would suggest that you do get some type of counseling and kind of identify some of the things that opened you up. And I'll say this one more thing too. You said you're in East Boogie. I'm over on the loose side, so we definitely can link up. I
Wait a
heard
minute,
you
wait a
about a
minute, because
documentary.
I'm so sorry. I really loved your vibe, and in the back of my mind, I was like, "Wow, I wish I could talk deeper to him." So that's so cool that we right next door. So I definitely try. I don't know how to leave my information or whatever, but I definitely love to chat with you about the situation, because I honestly, with this nature boy stuff going on, and with my situation, I should have been blogging this stuff from the beginning. I would have been one of those. But I want to also be
Let's get
transparent.
back. Can we get back to the court? We got another show coming up. There where we're gonna get all, matter of fact, I come right back on about 7:30, 8:30. Make sure you hear
It's Bella. Come back at 7 o'clock.
right, but I want to just stay here, but I want to keep it on the on what we're seeing right now. I want to go too off topic. And I like to just say one thing,
and then later we come back. Yeah.
Right. And I like to say one thing. We were speaking upon polygamy, right? What she's saying is true, but what happened is that polygamy came about when back in I gotta go back on mute. Hold on, dag it.
Sugar always does this to us. Oh my lord.
She stay busy. She be multitasking. But
go ahead,
what I want to
Bella.
say
You
is,
said you were going to be transparent about something.
Pertaining to Bella's comment, a lot of the people that are victims in these cults, they very rarely get charged in the case because they use them for witnesses. So it's very rarely that they're prosecuted. So I
That's a
don't know
good
how.
point,
And
boss lady, because
I'm sorry.
they do look at them as victims ultimately. So that's why and if they do get prosecuted, it's a very light sentence because again, people are not inhumane, even the courts, and so they do look at those people as victims. Kind of addressing what boss lady was saying toward Bella, they do look at them, but they can't be totally absolved of their accountability. So it's kind of a balancing act.
Oh Lord, I gotta go back on mute now.
That's
I'll be
true.
right back.
Totally no. But when I tell y'all, okay, the little time that I was in my situation, it's weird because I'm sorry. It's weird because when it was these guys, I call it a coat in the hood because I met this guy here in my inner city neighborhood. But when I was dealing with him and his wife, and when I was with them and in mental frame with them, I literally felt like, for a better lack of word, y'all, Babylon was a different entity. When I went back home and went back to work and everything, it was a difference to me. It was literally two different sectors of my life. And it make you feel like it's a total.
They
I
alter
know
the
that's what I'm
reality
saying,
like
and I
that
want to
on
be
purpose.
super transparent about the situation. I want to be super transparent because it's still going on now, just a little bit.
And we appreciate that because again, you're one of those people that are kind of in that gray area. We're on the outside saying there's no way in hell we would ever go. You're one of those people who thought you would never go, but you almost did. So it's important. Yeah.
So are they still? Is he still recruiting people, or he still has this group going?
Well, okay. There's a story.
We're back off. We back off the topic. I told you guys.
Okay.
I wanted because we got y'all got to get back to work tonight, guys. So y'all put more work on yourselves.
We just fill in space while you
y'all the best. Y'all the best.
Back on regular schedule programming.
Right. Because I want y'all to see what.
That's it.
Stay here now. I want y'all to know polygamy wasn't like it was supposed to be for nothing. Back in the days when they had the wars and they believe in marriage. So back in the days, only one man could have they all went into wars. A lot of the men end up passing away. So the purpose was so the child won't be a bastard child. And so the woman will not be bait and disrespected. Somebody in the family will marry the woman. So if you was my brother's wife, I want to keep you in the family and make sure your child is not the best. Because once you're on your own back then, you wasn't quote unquote protected. So it was all about protection. Y'all can look this up. It was all about protecting and then keeping the lady legitimate instead of illegitimate, and keeping the child legitimate, because now that child will be known as a bastard child. So it was not about remember, the woman couldn't even work back then. And this goes back to the Bible. When you see it, and it even states it goes back to the Bible. Y'all may not like what's up in there, but you can consider it a history book. So it wasn't about, let's just get together and you working, I'm working, and it had nothing to do with that. It was like back then, a lot of women was really baked, so you had to be married. So either somebody in the family, just to make sure that woman still has a name and she can still show face. That's why they married the woman. But it was all about war and people dying. So, and that's something Western was never. We ain't never do all that anyway. But this is how far it goes back. So it was all about war. Yes, so the child will not be orphaned, but it was about the mother and the child and protection. So of course, people who don't know about it, all you see is now we ain't talking about kings. We're not talking about chiefs. We're not talking. That is different. That is different. And the only reason why they took on more wives, because a lot of them was like quote unquote what Nature Boy said, and they were what you call inbreeding the children. And a lot of the children were not making it. Some made it to 3 months. But a lot of them was not getting ears. They wanted ears just in case.
I saw video
ears
about the kids.
Right. So they took on different wives to see which baby will survive. I hate to say it like that, but you didn't have to take on a wife to be like they're kings and queens. They can screw whoever they wanted to screw. So the purpose of taking on other wives wasn't so they could screw them. These are kingdom about because they wanted again for their child to be legitimate, and for the child to be legitimate, the parents have to be back married. They have to be married. So you could not have all these women and something happened to you and one of your side pieces kids take the throne because your wife itself, her child never made it. So they made sure to marry other women because it was about an heir, and you have to be married to, you couldn't have, that's why they get the word illegitimate. That means illegitimate just means that technically, I hate to say it, that your kids have no say so over my kids, because my kids was born out of marriage, so they are next in the line. Everybody want their kids to be next in line. So I know if I'm married to him and I got his first kid or whatever, I'm not letting your son side chick. So they figure like this. Let's not make them side chicks at all. May the best sperm win. You know what I'm saying? May the best sperm win. But I'm going back before Bridgerton, but I'm gonna send the link in 1 second. I saw that part, but I just want to give y'all a little more knowledge of it. Now, as it progressed over the years, they started adding in more, and let's not forget, none of them lived in the same house. Only one woman in the house. So they all had their same house. But like I said, it was a lot of things. Come on, you know how many men went into wars? You know how many men didn't make it? So we got all these orphaned kids, all these kids being orphans and stuff like that. So that's a little bit of that now. I'm going to drop the link. If anybody want to say something before I show this face, and hopefully pray that. Because remember when the T did it, remember they flagged it?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they flagged her page when she showed the bond hearing.
Yeah, they took it down. Yeah.
And then her page wasn't there. And then she had to wait to get a pay. So something they put you on, okay, Queen. Thank you, sweetie. Right. So back in the day, so we got to remember the content. You got to think of the content of the reason why. Back in these days, these men went to war. They was fighting for land, baby. They was fighting for land. They was taking over land and fighting for land. He wasn't moving like no damn lion. Don't even put the lion name with him, Dante. Don't embarrass the lions like that. Don't make the lions look bad. Okay, so I put the link back in for Bella. We're going to be a little short-winded because, like I said, we want to keep this conversation about the case. So I'm going to put my picture. I'm going to be flashing my picture in and out, hopefully, because I did it last time and they didn't flag me, so it worked. I'm going to see if it works this time. But I want us to take time and break down how you feel and what's your opinion according to the case. According to the case. And please, while one person is speaking, that's why I'm totally on mute. I don't want nobody, be a little short-winded, but I don't want nobody disturbing the next person. Let them finish. And how Lady Divine said, I'm taking notes. Take your little notes.
I'm taking notes.
Okay, where are you?
I'm sipping tea.
I'm sipping tea, darling. Okay, I'm gonna let the video show a little bit. Okay, you want to say something like really quick? It's Bella. Oh Lord, I'm going on mute again. They getting ready to fight again outside. So be on and popping out here. This shit was going
Yo,
on.
the neighbors so messy. We was kicking the wind back. I said they so messy. Remember, they was fighting in the middle of winter when you had the storm in the winter. We was on there.
Oh God, YouTube can see when you know it's not about educational purposes. In the beginning, the judge said nobody asked for permission to use this video. Nobody sit for it, so I better not see it on YouTube. A matter of fact, I should have my picture here anyway. Y'all trying to set me up? Y'all ain't set up. Well, we can still leave a picture there. So I'm gonna take the picture, put it in and out. But the judge said, now I knew what you meant, Dante. I was joking with you. Y'all gotta learn how to laugh. Y'all gotta learn how to laugh. Jesus.
What up, Dante Inferno?
I said, do not. Don't make the lions look bad. I'm joking. I'm gonna put my face up in here, but I want y'all to see certain things. So my picture's gonna be coming in and out. The fair use is gonna be coming in and out, in and out, in and out. Cross your fingers that, and like I said, I don't even know if this is the full one. That's why I played the audio before so you can get the full one. So cross your fingers that, you know, my page don't get flagged. But in between time, if y'all would like to donate to the coffee fund, feel free to donate to the coffee fund. Here we go. I didn't even have that in. Y'all could donate to the coffee fund $1 or $2, but support the channel, But feel free to donate to the coffee fund. Right, I forgot the judge comment. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Put that picture up.
Flip Wilson.
For example, the story of Abraham, Samar, and Hagar. You are correct. You are correct. You are correct. Now y'all know I start talking stupid and stuff.
Say it, boss lady. What Flip Wilson used to say?
He come to judge. He come to judge.
Exactly. Rocky said the same thing. Yeah, but y'all, we got this about people breaking the law, and y'all trying to get me to break the law.
Yes.
And then they talk about you. And one girl like, you just want the lie. I'm like, I can't say nothing because I don't want this disturbed. And I'm like, and y'all notice I was good this time. I ain't even stop until her nothing. I ain't stop until nobody nothing. But I was really good. Really, really, really good. But see, my regular chat know I was going to show them some stuff. My regular peoples know that, but it was not in full. Like this one is only 10 minutes. People caught what they was able to catch, but one is in full. So
and pay attention, chat, because I'm gonna ask some questions about what's said during this little pour here.
Please do, because we gotta keep it on. We gotta keep it.
They always have good questions, but pay attention, catch the details and the little stuff that they put in there and that they say, so y'all can have some questions in the chat.
And how do you use fair use on a judge who specifically said don't do it? It's a judge talking. How do you use a fair use there when she said no?
And don't forget, at some point in time, there may be a gag order on the witnesses in this case. So,
but I'm gonna put fair use up there anyway, right? So let me put my picture. I'm gonna go in and out with my picture. I'm gonna go in and out. But don't say I ain't got you.
Yeah, we don't need to see them. We can just hear it.
Boss said we played the whole thing. Where you was at?
Them drugs.
the chat stupid. Lisa said 50 tooth is probably hurting his breath on boil, and Jess Maria said, nah, that tooth is sentenced to death.
Oh my God. That's why I don't deal with y'all. I got the most corrupted chat in the world. But here we go.
Goodbye after that. The only sense of confinement was a hug, and that she feared that she couldn't leave his grip or his grasp. Last me shoot up, so I asked that there is no determination of forced imprisonment, and that none of the elements was met on behalf of the state. Last, we go look up at rape in the carnal knowledge without consent. There's obviously no way to confirm or disprove that the video that was posted on Twitter is the same as the video, and obviously would be from testimony will be differences. That this was that. So the only thing we have is a statement from this.
And y'all gotta remember, y'all wanted to see it. Remember, the people who played it in full played the video and then took the video off. Everybody else who taped it off the TV is not in full. The one you heard by the audio is in full. So y'all getting whatever somebody was able to get. But I want y'all to see him putting his hand up, you know, from his peers.
God putting his hand up?
If she wanted to leave, why would she go? But no, remember at the car, Shantae, remember when they said God wants you? When she was getting ready to get in the car, they said God. The good news is Georgia, no, continuously. The judge does allow it, but you have to ask for, listen, I ain't going against the judge. The judge said nobody asked for permission. So being that nobody asked for permission to show the video, she said she do not want to see it on specifically YouTube. Y'all got to take that off with the judge. Take that up with the judge. But like I said, I'm going to have my picture in and out, in and out, in and out. I may let it rain. I don't know. But I ain't showing the whole thing without disturbing it.
Well, saying that sex did have in this debate who consented that they did actually have sex, and his belief that it was consensual. She said that it wasn't consensual, no questions or anything was testified about any previous sexual difference, DNA, because we both know that they had sex. So here we just basically have the he say, she say that they did previously have sex, they agreed to have sex, and another statement saying that they didn't have sex. So I feel that there's not enough evidence presented in either or nor cases that we have presented today, and that all cases should be dismissed and dismissed now and not to be further pushed.
Next might thought they was sitting him home today. He's like, and we should dismiss it. There's no proof. Now,
look, and you see, look at the judge's eyes.
Edie, they thought exact Edie. That's your name, right? Khalil. Edie.
The judge's eyes almost bucked out her head.
See, I can stop now and laugh, damn it. I can stop. I didn't want to do it with the full hearing. I didn't want to do it with the full hearing, but I can laugh now, damn it. I can laugh now. He thought they was like, you know what? You're right. There's no proof either way. And I heard that's a high defensive. That's not a legal aid. That's not somebody that's by appointed. No, they paid for this man. I don't care who touched this case, y'all. It's tainted. It's tainted. This case is so tainted. Okay, so you mean to tell me she's scared? Listen. Hey, Superwoman, y'all gotta remember. Sometimes it was. I think because of the way the universe works, I think this has nothing to do with Terry. But Nature Boy needed to be stopped, and Nature Boy needed to be put in his place. So we're not going to blame the victim, even if she wasn't a victim. Because in that case, you can't call them victims and don't call her victim. You can't say they don't think straight. Oh, thank you. And you can't say whatever they thoughts are not right, but her the same thing will have to go for Nateri too. Whatever y'all can say about them, you have to say about Nateri also. So even in a sense, that will prove Nateri's case. If they victims and all of their ass is not online because they are victims. You just proving that Nateri is a victim too. You're just proving that he has mind control over them. Everything that y'all saying, yeah, it's y'all helping her case. Actually, y'all really helping her case. I wish. Oh, see that part. I may just show the face. I just may show the face, not here. Like I said, you have to remember. Oh shit! Gotta go on mute. Bye.
Kev, get her, Kev. King Kev, get her. She does this to us.
I'm gonna let this play. Kev, you Kev, King, y'all know how to hold it down. Yeah, somebody got hit or something. Shit.
Was pursued up to Superior Court and down the road.
Ms. Palomino, argument? Yes, Your Honor. And addressing the prohibition on electronic transmission, we do ask the court to bind all three over as felonies, even though one of the warrant was for a misdemeanor. I think Mr. Edie is kind of misplaced when he recites the law. The law doesn't require that the videos that are posted and the content that's in the videos be of consensual nature. It requires that the person did not consent to the posting of those videos. And as long as those videos were electronically transmitted or posted, whether it's a photograph or a video on some type of social media website, sharing site or web page or message board, if they were posted without the consent of the victim that's in that video and they were posted for the purposes of harassing or taunting the individual and it shows explicit conduct, then it's a felony. And that is probable cause for the warrant for that, and it should be bound over. You heard the testimony from Detective Panosian. Ms. Newell did not consent to the posting. This was posted after she left, and what she believes was in response to her leaving the group and potentially being taunted and harassed. We've submitted evidence about what the cult culture was like with Mr. Bishop and what he would order and demand and require his members to do when people left or disrespected him. And so based on that, there's enough probable cause for the prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions.
So it looks like they're giving up on the rape.
And moving forward to the rape and false imprisonment, there's also enough probable cause for the warrants on these cases, and we ask that those be bind over as well. The fact that I think the defense tries to make a big deal that Miss Newell has left over the years and come back to the cult, I'm sure this court's familiar with domestic violence relationships and how individuals will leave and go back routinely because of the hold that someone has over them, because of the threat, the fear that they have for their life. This is a situation in which Miss Newell was part of a cult and where the Mr. Bishop, who somehow self-proclaimed
off mute, y'all made me miss the fight and stuff, right? I wanted to break it down because they already heard the whole thing. So I wanted to get y'all opinion on what he said, which I'm gonna go back. Oh shit. Okay, bye. I gotta go. Gotta be back nosy again.
You messy sugar love. You need okay. Oh, you don't need your picture up. I was gonna ask you if you needed your picture up.
Now I'm gonna rewind it because I wanted to stop it. Hold on, Bob. Talk.
Do you need your picture up over it? I forgot whether you said I stepped away when you played the video, or since it's on somebody else's TV, you don't need to do that. Oh, okay.
Oh, she's going to be messy. With it,
yeah, look, she didn't even rewind the video. She's gonna talk about she's gonna rewind it back. She's telling me her neighbors took us through almost all the last winter. They would be fighting every time we was on live. It was funny.
Man.
So far, what are you thinking, Lady Divine?
Man,
from the tone of the oral arguments from both sides, the prosecutor and his defense lawyer, what do you think?
Well, he's already see the because I've noticed over there you call it, what is it, sexually explicit transmitted communications.
Just means revenge porn.
Right, over here it's just called malicious communications. That's the law
Oh,
in the UK.
okay.
So they're saying
Interesting.
it's because it's the intent of which way he posted it. He's trying to argue, oh, was it educational purposes? That's the argument that defense is trying to bring here. And then she's like, oh, hell no, you posted this 3 days after she had left. You did it.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Right, 3 days
Yeah,
later.
because initially he said that their argument was, well, she gave consent. It doesn't look like she's being art in a video. Look at her, she's smiling. But then when he realized she can give consent for the act, but she did not give consent to have it posted publicly on social media, websites, etc. So then once they realize that, they go, oh, well, now we got to. So, like I said, but it was the defense.
He's going to have to argue, even if you give consent for him to post it, when did she give this consent? There's in the defense, in the other side's statement, they say, listen, she said once she left, she had no communications with him. She changed her number. She made sure there was therefore she could not have given consent. So when did he get the consent?
And it doesn't make sense because they're trying to say she gave consent to release a sexually explicit video of her after she left, which presumably you didn't leave on good terms, as we saw in video. So why would she give consent after she left to put out a video that would be embarrassing and humiliating to her? After we,
I'm rewind that part again. Oh, girls,
they want to hear. They want to hear your neighbors. You used up on the head. Tiffany talking about leave it on, leave it on.
It was the neighbor downstairs, him and his girlfriend and stuff, right? And the way he was yelling at her, you could tell that's a shame. It was like when you did so many videos or you spend so much time studying cults, manipulation, and all this narcissism. That's what I just heard outside. That's what I just heard out my window. And they was throwing stuff at each other. This one particular time was a boy and his girlfriend. Right.
That's crazy.
Y'all know I'll leave y'all in a minute. I like this. What's the difference? Somebody else said that, and I think that I said let's bring that up. And I'm glad hip hop brought it up too. Because at the end of the day, it was true for one, should be true for another one.
That's right.
Because at the end of the day, I couldn't explain it. How many people in the gang, blood in, blood out? How many people in the gang, same thing. They get beat, they get jumped on. A lot of them is taken away from their family too. A lot of them go out and commit crimes that they really would not naturally or ordinarily do. So these cults right here, the same rules should apply to the members too. Instead of making them, they should they? Because technically, when you're down with a group of people, that's a cult, a gang cult. Technically, it is the same thing. It's one person that's in charge that rules everybody else. Who get blamed, and then somebody don't think that they can get. Let me tell y'all something. People think, oh, they don't get recruited. Like heck, they don't. They get grassing a lot of them, especially back in the days. And Kevin, I'm not lying. Remember back in the days that you could not, unless a parent agrees to, you can't. Let me finish, Simone. Let me finish. I'm talking about what I see. What I know, I don't know about your I'm just speaking in general. I don't know about your paper and stuff you did, but I'm telling you about what I lived through. They couldn't check a minor. They couldn't ask minors questions or nothing.
That's right. At all. Period.
So back so if a child, they would give the child the book bag with the stuff in it. That's why they'll promise, they groom these kids up from young. And then they start with, yo, you want a bag of chips? Yo, you hungry? And then they find out the same thing that nature boy did. They find out that these kids, their father not there. Oh, the father's ain't there. I'll make sure nobody bothers you.
Right.
And then as they wanted to sell drugs and stuff even more, that is a recruitment. Go get your friends, carry these bags to A, B, and C. And they used to give them kids money because they know if the kid was sitting on the bench with the drugs and stuff in their possession, the kid could not be, you could not look in that child's backpack or nothing. This is what I know.
Period. That's absolutely right. And that's the reason people don't know. That's one of the main reasons they came up with the RICO law, because back in the day, and you know this too, Tony, you know, the old heads would have the young dudes, 14 and 15 out there toting guns.
Younger, 8 and 9.
And yeah, 8, 9, 10. It started, no, and this is not an exaggeration, 8, 9, 10 years old. And if they shot somebody and killed them, they would basically have no consequences. And when law enforcement started figuring out, oh, they're using the youngsters, now you don't have to be there. If you told them to do it, or if you were just under their influence, you're the leader of this gang or this set, and that kid goes and does that, now you're liable too.
And
that's one of the great points.
That's why they dropped in certain states. They dropped the age level. Remember, it had to be 18 and over. Now then they dropped it to 17, and now they dropped it to 16. And these laws was like, if you did the crime, you will be charged as an adult.
You know what the age is now, Tony? 14. 14.
Right. Nobody, first of all, you would have to recruit somebody, because not unless, depending on where you're from, all gangs don't wear the same color. No, this ain't TV. This is my life, Simone. This is my life. This is my life, Simone B. This is not TV. This is my life. This is what I saw. This is what I lived through. This is all the times I had to do all the ducking and hiding when they had all their shootouts. This is what happened in my life. And a lot of them, they go right to them freaking playgrounds. They picked up kids from the playground. They picked up kids from the basketball, especially the kids love playing basketball. They picked up kids from the basketball court.
City Rec League. She ain't lying about nothing. All of this is facts.
You came up in the 90s. I came up in the 70s.
You dig? It was a different animal.
So
coming out of civil rights movement in the city.
Even till today, I see them recruit people and they call it protection. Yo, young blood, you need protection. You ain't got no family. We your family.
We got you.
How you think they made it? And I was still born before you. How you think they made it to the freaking gang if nobody didn't tell them about the gang? Nobody just walks up to a gang and, you know what? I think y'all cool. I wouldn't dare. No.
Why you think 50 started saying he was their OG?
It's not even that.
What this got to do with the story at hand, Cass? It has to do with the story at hand, because people are being manipulated and they speaking upon them. It was a recruitment.
Well,
he joined because my cousin and uncle were in it. My uncle was a gang leader. Okay, that's one reason. But you said earlier that they do not recruit members. I'm not talking. You said they do not. I'm letting you know they do.
Sugar, quickly, just to speak on that. I know you're speaking back in the days, but I just want to make it clear this is happening right now here in the UK. And we have a term for it out here. It's big news out here, and we call it grooming. So when older, whether it's a gang or whatever, they call it grooming, because basically you've got to encourage these kids to join these gangs. We have postcode. We don't have gangs like that, but we have postcode wars out here. And this is things that are happening right now, right here in the UK, where they send the ones to go get the younger ones. It's just called grooming.
No, but even it is grooming. It's grooming, recruiting. All is the same. But you was born in Milwaukee. Okay, I get it. You can be born wherever you want to be born at. But I'm telling you that in order to a gang to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, it has to be some type of recruitment. And then a lot of times they bring you in. Like I said, when I said they had one kid, bring your friends in. Go get your friend. You got any friends need protection? That's recruitment. That's all part of recruitment. But the problem is, and what he said, Cass, it has something to do with this, because if we're going to say that all of them are victims and they can walk, we're saying somebody keeping, I'm going off what the comments say. This, I don't care. I'm going off what the comments say. I'm not saying who's right or who's wrong. I'm just saying I'm going off of, should they now plead they are victim? That way, that might be another whole topic, but I'm glad that people in the chat brought it up.
That's fact, KR.
You know,
We have
What's up, KR?
different terms. That's fact.
I don't have to go backwards. I ain't gotta watch a movie. I ain't gotta read a book. I lived it.
Word.
Why? And then people gotta understand, Kat, they don't understand what we do now is we trying to stop them from being recruited. That's why we do so much work with these kids, because I've seen it done. Please don't contest me.
And I'm gonna just say this
all day. That's what makes my job so hard.
Y'all don't. A lot of people don't realize.
I now have to offer them something that the gang members is not going to offer them. And a lot of time it's a fight, because I can't offer you a GUN. Can't offer you protection. So me and Kev now, and we live two different places, but we now have to find anything possible to keep you on this track, so you don't go on that track. And people forget we lived it, and then people go, but that's the 90s. This is 2020. Okay, we take care now, kids now in 2020, who's on the verge, who can go either way. Kev, I know it boggles your mind sometimes when you got to keep thinking of stuff to keep them kids on the right side instead of them going on that side.
Right, because there's so much other shit to do. And this is what I know a lot of people don't know in the chat, because you don't know Sugar Love personally. But let me just say it like this. She has a unique perspective on a lot of this stuff, because you have to realize, like, for instance, when these rappers move around to different cities and they got to check in with the OG in that city, Sugar Love knows the people that have to be checked in with. She has
not no more.
Well, no.
Not no more.
I mean, no. I mean, just as far as the community goes, like, if she needed something done in the community, if she can make people move who are in important places. She doesn't name drop or talk about all the things that she does, but when she speaks, I listen to her, because she's qualified in most of these things, if not all of these things that we talk about. She's very qualified. She's just not going to name drop and run down her resume of all the things that she's done.
Correct.
But trust and believe, when she's giving you that perspective, that's coming from a woman who's probably lived double the time that most of the young women in this chat have lived, and she's probably done 3 times as much and seen that much more. So all of our opinions are valuable. All of our opinions are welcome.
Y'all have to remember, anybody that's in our age bracket, right? They should know what I'm saying. It ain't like y'all don't know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Y'all should have seen it yourself. If y'all depending on where you lived at, you could have not lived where it was happening at. But if you was living in the low income areas or the places that they want to call the hood or the ghetto or whatever, you should have seen it yourself. I'm not the only one, especially if you're born in the 70s. You should have seen that yourself. You should have seen how they groom kids yourself. These are the things you should have seen. Even in the 80s, it was going down, but crack made it worse. And it was grooming. These are things that we, regardless of what book or whatever, These are things we all witnessed from our own eyes. It was in these daggone things. Come on now. These states, the first thing of grooming is showing you their fancy car, the money in their pocket. That's grooming.
It's
And that's
glamorizing. It's glamorizing
Mhm.
crime is grooming. Let's just be clear. And I know you lot have seen what goes on, because if we're seeing it in the UK, there's no way in hell in America you ain't seen it. I'm just not understanding.
Now we're gonna get off that and back to this video, because I like to hear when it just tickles me when he said there's no proof either way. This should be dismissed. Ooh.
Yeah, we get them all. We get them over here. But you know, you have you got to realize what you're listening to. When you see these dudes getting on here trying to make 8,000 excuses for dudes being peas, it's you just let them talk, because you want to know who those people are. You want to know those people that support the Nature Boy saying, oh, well, we got to wait till all the evidence, or this Rashad Jamal cat. We got to wait till, so we give a double message in our society, especially when you have women that come up and cape for dudes like Jamal.
Hold on. Breaking news.
What?
I got my friend on the phone that used to script with Nature Boy.
Uh-huh.
What did y'all do?
I'm gonna tell you what happened. I was at a club one time in LA, and he was stripping, and he had asked me, he was basically like, oh, you know how people will put the mattress in front of the club or in the floor and on the club floor so that the stripper will like dance with certain people.
Okay.
So anyway, he had come up to me and he had asked me to, do that with him. And I was like, well, no, thank you. Because I didn't want nobody, all up on me like that. On laying down in the middle of a club with somebody grinding all on you. Okay, no. But anyway, make a long story short, so he comes back like 30 seconds later, like he goes to the other side of the crowd and he goes, everybody back up. I said, back up. So anyway, everybody's backing up, but I couldn't back up that much because I have people behind me. So this nigga go and put his whole hands all in my chest and go back up and like push me. So next thing you know, we fighting all up and down this motherfucking club. I'm telling you, all through and through this motherfucker. And then pretty much, make a long story short, something happened outside. I was waiting outside with my friends, and he got real apologetic. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, I apologize, blase. And, we exchanged numbers or whatnot. And I was supposed to go out there to Atlanta, I guess, to chill. But then I was like, well, no, because I had ran into some stuff on the internet that had showed the white man putting his hands all up in his butt. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then that's why I had seen that on the internet. So I was like, well, nah. And pretty much, that was pretty much the end of it.
Okay, all right. Well, we got a blow for blow about the stripper party fight. Thank you very much. Thank you, baby. I said, thanks for telling us the story. Do we have any questions? They said no.
I got a question. No, I got a question. No. I got a question.
Tell him to come on the show.
Yeah. Where did boss lady go?
She on mute. I guess she's asking him.
What did he say Nature Boy wanted him to do?
He wanted him to dance with him in a stripper dance on a mattress.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's just in the middle of the club. And he gonna come up to me talking about, oh, you know, like you gonna guide somebody to some nasty ass mattress.
He said he tried to guide him to a nasty mattress.
That ninja is so disgusting, and not even a clean one, a nasty mattress. Oh, God.
I don't think 50 was. I think 50 was stripping, but I think 50 was prostituting.
Yeah, he was
He
prostituting.
said gay
I
for
wouldn't be
pay. He said
surprised.
gay for pay.
That's
This
what it
is
was.
true.
Speaking on that, who remembers the other day when he did that video and he was talking about if he was in jail and if he was getting batted up in jail, what he would do? He would pretend to be quit. He would submit and all of that to get his. Let's see that happen now. Let's see if he does it now. Yeah.
Ooh. I'm trying to listen to y'all, trying to be nosy out there. I want to tell the girl, go on home. I want to tell the girl, go on home now. Go on home. Go on, why you sitting there, man? Go on home. But they want to. Not the dirty my choice.
3 house in a cot.
Oh, hey, Christine, how you doing? All rights reserved. Welcome. I want to get back to this. Tell me how y'all feel about this judge. Wait, oh my God, I had this judge name. I want to research his name. So read this to me, the judge. I want to research this lawyer. We'll probably do that later. Because I heard he's a good one of the best lawyers out there. He covered some other people. And that go to show you where y'all donations go. And he thought that man, first of all, he looked, for him to be a good paid lawyer, he looked just as bad as the other guy who turned pink. He looked just as bad. Because he trying to use semantics too. They had sex. So they like, yeah, I'm like, got you. They had sex. That lady had to cut him off. I'm like, no, we will not be saying you're leading the witness. I guess she thought she was talking about the jury, but you know what she meant.
But wouldn't even using a lawyer be putting a battery into the system? Like he always says, he ain't got a black lawyer in sight, but he always talking about white supremacy. It's just funny. You see all the real deal when they come out, just like Pharaoh. As soon as he got in trouble, who he started running to? The white folk, who he always saying was the devil.
No, his lawyer black.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying when he was saying how he ain't mess with black people no more, he liked white people better.
Oh yeah, my white friends. Yes, I'm down with them now.
Can't stand you black bees.
And he go, my Trump friends and my Trump friends.
Yeah, we just mad because I'm the smartest man on earth. He said we jealous. And you notice all of them say that too. He said he's the smartest man on earth. 50 said he's the smartest man on earth. You know, York said he's the smartest man on earth. All of them do it. Common thing.
All of them have contact with the Anunnaki. All of them have contact with people that's in space.
They all see aliens.
Yeah.
And I keep telling y'all don't realize the impact.
We have to project to get to their level and all kinds of, oh, mate.
Yeah, the impact that it has on white folks to hear a black dude say he's God. That's what I'm saying to y'all. That's why I put that nugget out there earlier. When that judge, when he said that, when the prosecutor read that part of the testimony is why to keep him locked up. I don't know if y'all remember or if y'all got a chance to see it, but that judge's face when she said he calls himself, he's a self-proclaimed God, she looked like, you know, because that's one of those things you don't do. And they don't play that. You got to remember, Georgia's in the South and it's in the Bible Belt. So he's not going to get a favorable jury if he takes it that far, but he's not going to get no love. These people ain't playing with that stuff.
The judge said this deserves to be heard by a jury. So I don't know if that, so it's going to trial regardless. And
they might not let him accept a plea. Yeah.
It'll be his choice, but from the way the bondsman, the first time he didn't get the bond, that's a clue that he needs a
Mhm.
jury. And
Yep.
from the second time he was denied a bond. Oh Lord, I didn't say that, YouTube. I didn't say that. A bond. That's a second indicator. I think I better get a jury. People of my peers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So after
Well,
this third time, which is 1, 2, 3, pushing 3, pushing 3, pushing 3. This is the third
yeah.
time. And not the mind, it's 3, pushing 3, 3 different judges that handle 3 different things. And he got denied 3 times.
And you got to remember, they don't have to offer him, the prosecution doesn't have to offer him a plea bargain. They can just take him to trial because, you know, that's the same way. And to answer Lady Divine about why York got all those years, because he had multiple counts. He had over 80 counts. But that's how they're going to do Nature Boy. And he went, the same state of Georgia gave York 100 and whatever it was, 38 years. So he's in the wrong state. Like I said, for him, he's in the right state for us and for his victims. But as far as him being a criminal defendant in this kind of case, he's in the exact wrong state, because they made an example out of York, and they're gonna make an example out of him also.
But York was terrible because he was his own children. Man, God, we saw that video, and that boy, all these years later, still messed up in the head.
His biological children. But you got to remember, Nature Boy was progressing to that. Remember, he made that comment about Baby Ellie. He was progressing to that. So don't think that was far out of his purview, because I honestly, think about what he said about his son.
They know what he was getting ready to do on May 5th, and that's all they know. They know he was getting ready to try to conjure up the whatever it is that they do.
Yep.
And they said, "Oh no, you won't."
Yeah.
Tony hit it on the head when she
sure
went
did
to that date and found out what happens on that date. That made a big difference.
And she called that almost 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Called it down.
But she just showed the video and showed us what is that day is famous for and stuff.
Yep.
But my friend was Rocky talking about. I wonder why. I wonder how boss lady knows strippers. I saw your comment, Rocky.
Yeah, that's this court case is gonna set a precedent. Anybody else caught up in sex trafficking and any type of cult activity or behavior after this, they like I said, they're gonna make an example of him for the newer generation. See, York was our generation, but you gotta remember that was 10, 15 years ago. York went to jail. So now this new generation, they see the rise, especially of these young black sects that are popping up, even on Bigo with the TKOs and all these different characters, they're gonna pump brakes on all of that. They're gonna make an example out of this boy. And as they should, because like I said, I have no empathy whatsoever for this dude. When you starve people, when you beat people, when you are people, when you sexually abuse children, those are probably and probably and allegedly kill people. Those are the 5 most worst offenses you can commit as a human being.
Ooh,
50 has committed.
One. Kev, don't forget the worst one. Make people watch him do that hip dance.
That ballet dance down the street naked in the rain. That boy, they had a whole ballet. I was like, what is this?
Somebody need to mute their mic. They shuffling.
That's still just that. I didn't know what that. I still sometimes I just watch that for entertainment value. And that dude hit that full wide open. Yeah. So
wait, who's shuffling?
I'm shuffling. Sorry. That's crazy. That's sad. That man got a problem.
Who's that? Somebody talking. Who talking? Who's talking?
Something terrible.
Who's talking?
Where's the back sound coming from?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out who's talking and who's shuffling.
I bet a neurologist can show comparison to each one. A neurologist, and I've seen some before. The neurologist, what they was, if you're a sociopath or not a narcissistic person, but if you're a sociopath or psychopath, the neurologist can see that. You're absolutely correct, but not the victims. Victims got regular brains. They just became part of that. But that is true. Yeah, I want to get back to laughing now. So let me laugh. Let's go.
Whether it's a photograph or video on some type of social media website, sharing site or web page or message board, if they were posted without the consent of the victim, that's
the video, and obviously would be from testimony will be differences. And this was that I have a consensual sex belief of a goodbye after that. From assuming the exit point downstairs and go all the way up upstairs to Mr. Alihio.
He can't even say his name right, Alihio. He said everything but Alihio. But he paid for that lawyer, not me.
Says my phone dropped out. Okay, I'm back.
His phone keeps dropping out.
To go up to meet Mr. Alihio or allege, I guess, assault or assaults are here. That's minute or last hurrah of a consensual sex belief of a goodbye after that. The only sense of confinement was a hug, and that she feared that she couldn't leave his grip or his grasp. Last we shoot up, so I asked that there is no determination of false imprisonment, and that none of the elements was met on behalf of the state. Last we go look up at rape in the carnal knowledge without consent. There's obviously no way to confirm or disprove that.
He says obviously there's no. Well, how can you prove unless you go to court? Look at next way. Look at that. His head look all crooked. His head look like his head look like Trina B head right now.
And that's the irony. He looked just like them because he probably in there starving, just like he did them. See, karma is undefeated.
Oh my goodness. He looking like how is supposed to look. He always look like an old man. His feather gone. Oh, damn, his feather gone. And he's talking. He got to sit up there and wait for somebody because now you know how he needed it. Out with King Kev all the way. This is a psyop, but his handle is no KR. It is a psyops, but you got to understand, he was doing too much, not controlling him, but with the black magic, with all this, he was too far into occultism without having permission. If you understand what I'm saying. And a feather gone. Yeah, so that's another reason why. Yeah, God's warrior, exactly. So his lawyers talk like, oh, you ain't lying, Peggy. He looked like Trina B. His lawyer sound like Peter. Sound like Trina B. And you know, fate is not with him. The damn phone keep cutting off. Even God, like, shut up. The sound was coming in and out. She was fucking with that dark magic. Got your ass. You done fucked up the whole damn the sound waves and stuff. You wanted to control everything. His lawyer talk like Trina. You ain't never lied.
I ain't understood nothing he done said.
I'm telling you, even this lawyer, that's why I said this lawyer reminded me of the first one. Like, what the hell I get myself into? And it appeared, and obviously, and the judge gonna go, you know what, you're right. Like, but what made you think that was an argument? You can't prove it. Of course, a lot of people go to court and you can't prove it. The point is to prove it. That's why you go to court, is to prove it. What the hell wrong with you? You're the smartest man on earth, remember? What happened to your higher self?
Hey, that lawyer probably came from the same law firm as Tasha K. lawyer. That's some of the two worst sets of lawyering I'd have never seen in my life. I'm like, why y'all ain't just let me go in and represent y'all?
Okay.
Straight up.
But
it's ironic.
Is he a public defender?
No, he's a lawyer.
Where he come
They
from?
paid him. They paid him.
High dollars, big dollars, big dollars.
They got him off Google.
And then you know what? If you think showing them begging now, because it paid for each hour to work on that case, honey.
Exactly. I guarantee he won't be there by the time it gets to trial because they're not going to be able to pay him. But you know what's crazy? Like I said about karma, man.
Wait, to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, but Solar's actually in the chat over on things, so I'm gonna try and get some things out of him. He's in the chat. He's 333 Solar. That's Solar, the real Solar.
Well, he better
get on him, lady divine.
Chat. He better stop being in people chat and get that lawyer money fee together. So it's gonna be a long ass trial.
Right. And that's what I was saying about karma is so beautiful because what is the number one thing that a control freak hates? Not having control. He's in jail where he has absolutely no control. He went from having total control. It's just like it's so beautiful. Nobody even has to do anything to him. Just him not being able to be in control, that's driving him crazy. He has nobody to talk to. He can't go live. That boy is, by the time he gets to trial, I'm telling you, he's going to be gone. His mind is going to be gone. He going to sit in there and talk to himself until he drives himself crazy.
Yeah, because he can't stand himself.
That's the reason he always has to have people around him. He always says, I'm God, y'all want to be with me, y'all beg to be with me. Well, why do you stop people from leaving if everybody begs to be around you so much? He can't stand to be alone. Like I said, everything that is a something that scares him, that causes him pain, he's experiencing in jail. All the things he tried to inflict on that he did inflict on his followers, all of that shit has happened to him. He's getting bullied. He's getting talked about. I'm sure every time he go back and forth, whether it's the medical or the shower, and other inmates see him, they in there screaming all kind of stuff at him. He's scared. He can't come out of PC. He ain't eating right because he ain't eating nothing but the regular menu. And you know how the jail menu.
And then they just sent all them gangsters in there, so now the jail is full of them boys, them rowdy boys, and they didn't put some of them down, and they filled that jail up down there in Fulton County, so the jail is.
Oh yeah.
But y'all gotta remember one thing. I'm gonna tell you how stupid Nature Boy is. But Nature Boy, you could bring your witnesses. You can't bring the witnesses that's in the same cult as you. Remember, they brainwashed. It got to the point that even the damn lawyer before him that was red in the face, he couldn't find nothing good to say about you. He don't have a character witness that could say anything good about him, or the judge, they would have already had that. You can't use the 4 blind mice. You can't use them.
That's why they were telling random people to write letters as character witness.
That's what exactly but you can't use them. These are all online people. So they don't understand. You can't use that as a character witness because this is just the internet. They need somebody who know him in person. So they can have everybody right in there all they want. He didn't do nothing for the people there, and they can't account for what he does when the camera is off. So,
and what has he done for? What has he done for humanity that he needs to be saved?
Who said that? Who said that?
Me.
Ah.
Miss Jones said True will testify for him. Let me tell you why he won't, Miss Jones. He can't because he's going to be a defendant in his own case, which is going to tie in the Nature Boy's case, so he can't testify. And even if he could, would you want Grady up there testifying on your behalf? I don't want him saying shit about me, even if he think it's good. I don't want him speaking for me at all. But no, he will be a co-defendant, and he will be a defendant in a separate case and cases tied in with Nature Boy.
Then
So
they're not. He is not, and you are absolutely correct. He's gonna be his own defendant because him and Sheba now have to answer to why their kid was there.
Listen, they don't give a damn. Right now, Nature Boy's up on this screen here, looking at a long length of time. Meanwhile, Solar's over there flirting his socks off right now with Meek. He don't give a damn what's going on with Nature Boy.
I'm gonna show that later. I'm gonna show that later. I got you, but I just want to talk about the case today. Make sure you drop the I gotta give you my DM because I really don't look at the private chat. And once it's off, I can't get the information from the private chat. So I'm going to give you my DM, Lady Divine, or my email. Send it straight to my email. But yeah, they are telling the judge there are 5 sciences starting with the Leo. He's gonna be teaching that. And then you in jail.
Take that stuff serious.
And it's crazy because in jail, baby, it's too many other people that's teachers. So you can't step up, you can't bring all that to jail because the Muslims not letting you take their spot.
That's a good point,
letting you take their spot. The
Christian leader.
The Hebrews is not letting you take their spot. Ain't nobody gonna be, that's people keep thinking that's go. No, that's not going. You already got religions and all that other stuff in jail already.
Yep, facts.
Hey,
Truly Laced, what's up, fam? I'm sorry, I was just hollering out Truly Laced. What's up, fam? She came in and spoke. Make sure y'all hit that like button on y'all way in. Double check. Make sure you swipe it ever so slightly. Let's get Tony about 10 more likes, y'all. We got some good stuff coming. I'm gonna mute up so we can get back to this good stuff.
I said the same thing, Dante. I said the same thing. He gonna do a Nino Brown. He gonna do a Nino Brown. How long we been saying this?
We had about a month. He gonna stand up in the middle of trial, Dante, and holler out it was true. He's the real head of the CNC.
Yeah, we got the gangs in jail. We got the Crips, the Bloods, y'all name it, the Fatas, Montatas.
Oh, that's what I was gonna tell you. My friend that called me, he said we were talking. He said, "Well, what's up with it? What happened to your boy, Nature Boy?" And he said, "Whatever y'all doing, it worked." He said, "And Kevin Samuels, what y'all doing over there?" That cracked me up.
Hey, I know I can't wait for these video chats that he gonna get when they got a website or an app you can download and talk to 50. I cannot wait because this is what his dumb ass don't realize either. They're gonna record all of those. That's gonna be pure comedy. He's talking to strangers. They're paying to talk to him in jail, and he's gonna say what? That's gonna be hilarious.
That's why they kept saying you stole the money and this because they had nothing about to do with the money, had nothing to do with the hard drive. It had everything to do with he's the one who recorded that damn bait.
Oh, that's what I meant to say about that little naked ballet they did in the street. If you paid attention,
that ritual.
Yeah, that right now that last call that 50 had with True, and he was talking to the women, and he told them he already did a rain dance. Remember, he said that he said he was doing this and that, and he already did a rain dance, and he was talking about. He said he actually called it a rain dance. He said he did a rain dance. I'm thinking he was talking about in jail, but it just dawned on me when somebody said that. That was part of the whole ritual. See, that's why I say he knew something was going down because he was preparing all of his rituals and getting everything and all these mantras he kept chanting, like the outstanding and all of that kind of shit, you know. You just got to pay attention. It just being little nuggets, but they play their whole hand out.
Remember, we looked up that rain dance. Remember when we did our homework?
Yeah.
We looked
But it
up
just
the
made me
rain
think about
dance and what it means. Now I'm saying people need to look it up themselves, so they will know exactly what was meant by. That's why I say he's messing too much in the occultic world. You need permission to do that.
Yep.
You cannot be throwing up them things and covering your eyes. Everybody who does it, they does it for a reason. They need permission.
Yep.
You can't just take on a whole occultic thing and thinking that June 5th, somebody put about which they was absolutely correct, but I forgot. What do I look up? The rain dance, exactly. And just
put exactly that in. Rain dance rituals. They'll show you all the different cultures and tribes and people that practiced it, what it was for, all of that stuff. So check it out, and then you'll see how it ties directly into what 50 is doing and where the direction he was trying to take his cult in the end. Because you got to realize all these cult leaders got to have an end game, because at the end of the day, they've either all got to ascend up to heaven or some spaceship's going to come down.
Anunnaki came and
right. So he didn't have an end game. He didn't know where he was going. So he started going the way of those before him. He was a cult without a cause. He didn't really, he was just, he was stuck. But so he started, like Sugar said, he started getting into these, the occult rituals, and you have to go to that certain party and go through those certain doors to get permission to do that. And that's what Kaja was. I don't know if people remember the white girl Kaja with the red hair, and she spoke on it. Nature Boy had actually come to her to try to learn sex magic, and she taught some of her rituals and some of her practices, and that's when a lot of the real wild, bizarre shit started going on. But this is years ago, but like I said, you can catch all up on the timeline. But it gets deep, and you just have to pay attention to the stuff. But when you're looking at that dude right there on the screen in that orange jumpsuit, he's just a regular nigga. He don't feel like God. He don't think he God no more. All of that is gone. See, it only take a dose of real reality. See, they've been living in their own little bubble to a certain extent, but they saw it when they went out in public to clubs and restaurants. But now he's in the actual real world by himself. He ain't got people around him saying, yeah, Chief, you God, you this, you that. He's around normal people, and now he feels crazy again like he is.
And I say move, just like, remember that one he was had them singing that song? When
Right.
I say move just like that, when they tell your ass to move just like that.
Right. It's crazy. It's crazy. But that dose of reality he got, like I said, that's worse than anything that any of us could personally do to him. Him having to sit in that cell, him sitting there and having all of those white people having that white woman sitting across from him telling him, no, he's a sexual deviant, he's a threat to the community. All of that stuff is tearing away at his soul, because everything that he said he stood for, everything that he said he was and he could do is being proven that he can't right in front of the world's eyes. Not that we didn't know that, but his followers now have to think up more and more crazy lies and excuses as to why he's still sitting in jail, and he's God. God ain't never wore no orange jumpsuit.
And remember, as y'all looking up this stuff, you gotta remember the devil does things opposite of God. Opposite. So when y'all looking at some of these things, as you look it up, y'all may say, oh no, it's just a rain dance the Indians do is to promote water. You gotta remember, certain things that you read, you gotta keep looking for the real thing that he was doing. But if you can't find it, remember the devil does things in reverse. So if it meant this, yes, we changed lawyers, love. So if it meant this, it's the reverse when you're doing it for demonic reasons. Same way when you see the cross up and when you see the cross upside down, that's done for demonic reasons. So they do stuff in reverse. The Most High brought him down low to see Yahshua would bring a person. Yeah, of course. Did he change? Yes, that's correct. Yes. Say what you want, but Velvet had to give a gab. Oh Lord, Lisa, you trying to start a war up in here. You trying to start a war up in here. I'm just joking with you, man.
But you're right, Lisa Jane. That's why he coveted Velvet so much. Not that he loved her so much, but he loved what he saw in her. He saw himself in her. He saw himself in her. He saw him. That's where the whole reflection thing comes in, because remember, every name change he had, she was Nana G, she was EJ, she was this, she was that, you know, she was Chiefess, you know. So he saw a lot of himself in her. Never, don't overlook that too much. You're exactly right. He saw that in Velvet. Out of all of those women, she could spew his shit the most articulately. So therefore, he coveted her. Not for any other reason. Not for any other reason other than she could help him further his bullshit. Because in his mind, he was looking at it like, okay, you know, we Lucius and Cookie of the quote unquote spiritual, you know, nature world, you know, and that's why he was so upset when she left, because he saw his business partner dissolve part of the business and maybe take some of the customers with her. That's what he was mad at. Because see, he didn't want Velvet to take any of the Carbonation followers with her, which she did.
Which she did. Exactly.
It wasn't about Velvet. See, Velvet didn't get all these new followers, and you see all these people supporting her and sending her money. These are people who didn't agree with Nature Boy, but they were still Carbonation followers, but they liked Velvet more. So when Velvet broke off on her own, that's why she instantly had 10,000, 15,000 followers, because she took part of that crowd with her. And that's why Nature Boy he makes all of those people delete their channels, because he wants to hold on to that cultic crowd that Carbonation has, and he doesn't want any of those other people to benefit off that. That's why he always stresses to them, they wouldn't even know who the fuck you was if it wasn't for me. He always makes people feel like he's responsible for whatever benefit or whatever good fortunes they have in their life. Because again, you're taking people who are basically giving up on life, and he love bombs them and tells them, look, we can do this, we can be fly, you can come out here and do your music, I got a studio, you ain't got to pay for nothing, people are going to send us donations, all we got to do is go live. See, that's the catch. He ain't coming in there. That's why I said, let's not get caught up on this. Everybody's so brainwashed and mesmerized. No, they not. They just made a deal with the devil. It ain't no robbery and fair exchange. When they're getting something out of it, and they went there looking to get something out of it, because they know what that's about. They have been, when before he gets to the point, except for in the you know, the recent time here, he vetted people for months and months before he allowed them to come over there, because he wanted to make sure they had money. He wanted to make sure that they were totally indoctrinated. And he made sure that they were going to be the type of people that once they finally did leave and come over there, they felt like they had nothing to go back to. Those are his three main things.
So I'm gonna need for you. I'm eating, so I'm gonna say something to finish it. People's confusing. And first of all, y'all's warrior, you will have to prove to me that she turned to the Most High. You have to prove. I'm not saying she don't love God, but you have to prove that to me. Number one. Number two, we keep thinking that when they got there, people naming all the things that happen to narcissistic people. That happens to narcissistic people once you're in the relationship. So that only could work for the first group of people that went. We just heard out of Zolka's mouth, I know about Mama Dia, I know about everything, but I still wanted to go. So it's not like we gotta stop and give them responsibility from what, unlike other cults and stuff, it's not televised, it's not in social media, it's deep in a cut. So anybody you could be tricked a little bit more faster to get into them type of cults. Not this one. Not this one. And they all said they all willingly went, which is true. Except for the first group and the second group.
Right.
Everybody else knew what was going on because they said they saw it. How many times you see people say out of their own mouth, I've been watching you for a bit. Even that girl, Nelly been watching for a bit. The other one that he slam bammed in New Orleans when he went down to New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knew about him already. So the key word set is seems. So I'm glad you wrote that word there. Seems. Get some glasses, Alice. Now, so we gotta stop making it seem like okay, they got love bomb. No, they knew what they signed up for. That's all I'm saying. You gotta remember, you can't say under duress no more. You cannot say none of this because when Nature Boy, unlike other cults, what he did was out in the open.
Right. And don't forget that we talk a lot about the STDs and the different diseases being passed around over there in carbonation. But you have to remember also, most of these people, by their own admission, came there with something. And that's why I said it's no robbery and fair exchange, because what I think happened and what I strongly believe, and I have factual evidence to back it up. When you're a person and you're told that you have herpes or you have some other incurable disease, and then you find a group of people who say, hey, not only will we accept you, we won't ostracize you, we'll elevate you to the status of a king or a queen. You'll be in a community where you're accepted and other people are like you, and you can still have sex freely because we all have it. Or if you believe that he can heal us all. So that's why a lot of the later ways of people, like Sugar Love was saying, the first two groups of people, they went for altruistic reasons. They were looking on the internet like a lot of us, and they saw something and this guy said, hey, I'm getting out to nature. And so they resonated with some things with him, but then got over there and found out. Everybody after those first two groups, they knew exactly what was going on. They just made a bargain with the devil to be there. Some of them, like, again, through their own admission, have committed sexual offenses against their own family members. So maybe that's why they're ostracized from their family. Maybe that's why they were so eager to get away from quote unquote Babylon, so they wouldn't go to jail. They'll be out here off grid and nobody will know where they're at, and they can continue to live their life. So that was a lot of the motivation for these people. You got to really, really understand that the motivation wasn't the knowledge. They have to say that, because if they say that they didn't come over there for the knowledge, then what else would they say they came over there for? They can't say, oh, well, I found out a lot of these people are in the same position that I'm in. So I felt like, hey, if I ain't got to work and I can, live, relatively naturally and, chill and, be creative and get on the internet and, get donations and, just share my ideas. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea to a person who is an outcast in normal society and who has no friends and who's looking for a higher purpose and a higher cause for their life. So I don't begrudge them for falling victim to it. What I begrudge them for is allowing it to take place after they know what's going on. I don't care, what you've been through personally. I'm just saying I don't know what brings a man to a point where he can stand around, encircle a woman, and watch another man beat her. I just that to me, I don't know. I wasn't raised like that. I wasn't raised around anybody like that, so I can't even put myself in that mind frame.
You can't use Big Weezy, sorry, bro, because Big Weezy was also. Remember, all these people were sending him money and stuff before they got there. None of them said, "I can't."
Too.
Yeah, Big Weezy.
That's why she's there. That's why she went.
Big Weezy said, "Oh, he came and met up with her." Like I even wrote on what you call it page, the lady who wrote that damn book. I might not ask her, "Are you going to testify?" She want to sell all these perfumes and shit. She got what she wanted out of it. What's her name? That's right. Weezy knew him before she went. That's why I said everybody knew about him and his lifestyle besides the first original people and then the second set of original people. Everybody knew about him. Juju knew about him. And the other one, remember his app was in jail before. I showed you guys his app was in jail before. He know how to pick up. Sybil. Thank you.
Yep. Same thing with Jax.
That's
and that girl Sybil, she claimed to be a journalist. And she went over there talking about how turned on and wet she got when Nature Boy grabbed her by the throat and pushed her against the wall, and she was about to have sex with him. And then she writes a book and say how abusive he is. It's crazy. Like I said, these people, like I said, I just have to question anybody that has any kind of ties to Nature Boy whatsoever, because Nature Boy is who he is. Nature Boy can't fool you for too long. That's why I said these people can't keep saying, I didn't know what he was about. Even if you haven't seen all the videos, it would take one time to talk to Nature Boy and listen to what comes out of his mouth to know what type of fucking human being he is. He's a disgusting ass piece of shit. And he's exactly where he needs to be. And like I said, everything, and I mean, when I tell y'all everything that he did to those people is going to happen to him in jail. He will be violated. Trust me, he will be violated. Absolutely. Because
I didn't cut you off, but people talking about, people forgot that, Sybil wrote the book. He got them all thinking they're guards now. He got them all
right.
Oscar. He got them all talking about the Oscar Waski, and they taking that, and they going out. So okay, they need to be brought back down to earth too.
Right.
Because they're not going to do nothing but spread. Even though they brainwashed, they're still spreading and recruiting and taking donations.
Yep. That's how they get little cats like Juju. Juju probably got a couple of his little friends and little dudes his age. And then Zoka, they love Zoka on her page. Zoka, so don't you think Zoka's recruiting people? Of course they are. Whether they say they're in that house or not, they still are. David Robertson said he's snitching and he wasn't even there.
I snitching too. I wasn't there.
That's how when you get grown, it's, and that's why I tell people all the time, I'm snitching. I don't want no criminals around me. I don't want no sex offenders around me. I don't want no people beating on women around me. I don't want no strange, weird ass groups around me. I don't want none of that shit around me. And anybody that makes any excuse or tries to, well, them folks grown, they can do. No, see, now I'm looking at you crazy too. I'm looking at you sideways because
I know Sybil is hoping and praying nobody bring up her book.
Right. That piece of
that involves that
it wasn't even worth reading.
Too.
If you call it a book, it wasn't even it was crazy. It was like she took papers that she journaled in and just had them photocopied and had them put in a binded book because she's got all kind of grammatical errors and spelling mistakes and words scratched out, literally on the book page. That's how you know it was just simply photocopied from some journal notes she wrote. But again,
but either way,
when
she put herself there when certain things happen. Now I bet you right now she praying nobody buy the book. Nobody.
Right, because she talked about the beating too. She talked. She was there when Velvet got beat. That's when she got turned on, when Nature Boy grabbed her by the neck and pushed her against the wall. She said she was turned on. She got sexually excited. This is after she already knew about him and then went there under the guise that she was gonna go and get inside intel. But like I said, Sybil's a groupie too. She's a groupie. Now and like Sugar Love said, she's hoping to God that don't nobody go back and read that book because she's admitted to being witness to at least 5 or 6 different incidents that are pertinent right now. So
they're not worrying about her typos, Love Son. They're not worrying about her typos. They're not worrying about if it's a good book or a bad book. They only worrying about was she there when this happened. And the book states
she didn't admit it to
she was there.
She didn't admit to it. And then if she lies, guess what? Then her publisher is going to sue her and say that this was supposed to be a nonfiction book. And then you told the authorities that you lied. So now you gamed us under false pretenses and that negates her contract. So she's got her ass in a sling either way. That's why I said these people are so dumb and so self-delusional that these people really think that they are smarter than the rest of us. Even Sybil, she talks like that. Like she's so smart. She's smarter than the rest of us. But here's a woman that says she fell under Nature Boy's spell. There's no way you can tell me that you're smarter than me. You're not smarter than a 5th grader if Nature Boy turns you on and you were under his spell. And the whole thing about it, she didn't leave. Nature Boy kicked her out when she wouldn't give him no ass. He made her leave. That's the only reason she left, because she said she wasn't ready, because she had just gotten there the first day. But had it been a month down the road, she would have banged Nature Boy, knowing.
Sat, don't start, because I'm gonna let Kev let you have it.
You don't answer every show. You guys answer.
I'm gonna
let me read
Kev
this.
let you have it, because she put no at the bottom.
Well, I just looked at the comment before. Kev is super duper, not just super duper judgmental person. Sybil's book is powerful and exposes Nature Boy, even though she went along with it for a while and is responsible for that. Okay, Sat 12. We're gonna be friends, though. Are we gonna be friends or no? I'm just trying to figure out, because I think we're gonna be friends, Sat. And you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not upset at all about that. I do disagree that I am super duper judgmental. I'm judgmental against fuck shit. I don't leave no gray area. If it's fuck shit, it's fuck shit, and I don't leave no gray area. So yes, I am super duper duper judgmental. You can put one more duper in there.
And then she missed the whole damn point anyway. The whole point is we brought up the book, Hey Wayze, because it states she put herself there where she could have just shut it up. She used their names in the book. She could be called up as a witness. That part went right over her head.
And Sat 12, you said she took responsibility. How many police reports did Sybil make? Okay.
And how would she get the money to self-publish a book? She had a publishing company. We don't know, but tell us her publishing company said, so we could check it out. So we all want to write a book right now, and we
what up, Wayze?
We want to write no gray areas. I'm sorry. I'm saying you specifically said.
You said I'm judgmental. Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sugar. I'm sorry.
She specifically said it's a self-published book, right? If it's a self-published book, then we need to know how she did that. Where she get the money from? How do you know there is no company? Where did she get the money to not just write the book? You got to put it in a formal copy. You got to buy the covers for each book, and you got to print each book. Where did she have that money at? How was she able to do that where a lot of struggling real writers out there ain't never luck up like that? She had to, just like Master P. Even though he owned everything, he still had to go through a distribution company to sell his records.
To the stores. Yep.
So I don't know what Sad is talking about. No, anybody cannot do it.
Makes me laugh.
Anybody cannot do it. And it's not that cheap, because you got to think about how many orders people are going to order. Come on, use your brain. Let's say she got 1 million copies. It ain't no cheap. You got to produce all that. You need manpower and everything. You sample the download on how to do it. The same way I use Master P as an example. Yes, you could do it, but you need somebody that's going to push it and sell it, have it in their stores. So which means you can't just say, this is not like you wrote a book and put it on the table. No, it's not that simple. You got people who went to college, people who writing real books, who have also tried to download it. Look how many people made money. And they try to do it by themselves. Then you see them on that. What's that show? The Sharks?
Sure.
The one, this is show Shark Tank. And they had made millions of dollars, but when the production started to come up,
Shark Tank,
they had to go to Shark Tank. It may be free, but what I'm saying to you is, it's not that simple, because a lot of people who do real journalism, it wasn't that easy. If it was that easy, no, Sugar, for cheap, you can make a book right now. A book. right? That's singular. It can be digital. The book was not digital. She read the book. And then Amazon is not paying for your paper. Amazon is not paying for your ink. Amazon is not paying for the book cover. They showing you how to do it, but things cost money. No, Sat, I'm not believing you. I'm saying they will help you do the book, but a lot of things cost money.
That's why you
That's
can't
why
order
you
it.
go to a publisher.
Yeah, that's why you. That's why you can't
Go ahead,
actually order the book. It came in audio form. She read to you what she wrote. But, you know, I mean, yeah, go. Well, what I would say is publish a book right now for us and then come back on and let us see how easy it was for you to publish that book in whatever
And then
form
let us
you
buy
do
it. And we want to buy it. Paper
and then
book. We want to buy the
I'll
paper
purchase
book.
that. I'll purchase this at. I'm telling you, we're gonna be friends at the end
I'm
of this.
putting my foot down now. You lot do this every
I love
time.
you.
You lot always let
And I
Sat
forgive
change the actual conversation. We're supposed to be talking about
My
this
brother
court
tell me
case.
that all the
We're
time, but I
talking
don't
about
like. I
publishing.
know, but when she
Bloody
go
hell.
after my brother, she go after me, and I don't like to be my. She
Big
makes
up
my brother.
Sat. Sat knows how to get you two, boy.
Yeah,
Big
she
up,
talks
Sat.
about my brother, and
like
I ain't going down like that. I will call her
Sat,
on
I
every
love.
time talk
I
about my
forgive
brother.
I forgive her. That's so kind of thing. When he says that pisses me off. I forgive you. That pisses me off so bad when he say that. I don't care who Nature Nut says that to. Oh my God.
Oh Lord.
Well, then
you know
Lady
what?
Divine.
I'm waiting, Sat.
Keep talking, Lady Divine.
Yeah, I know that will kill her. We'll drive her away from the channel.
Keep talking.
But I love that we have.
We want them to bleed. We want them to
conversation.
bleed right now.
Yeah, we don't shut
Ain't
anybody
nothing
down
going on.
as long as you respect. And that's why people love it over here, because you can say what you want to say. We don't shut anybody down, despite what some people try to say. You got to remember, a lot of the people that's saying that are trolls. You know what I mean? Yeah, but sad. That's sad. Come on, that's rude. That's
Okay,
rude.
you published the books on We Personal, and they gave you copies, and you sold them, and they didn't get nothing. We're talking about books.
You can't put your stuff on their platform for free. Kindle's not going to put your audio book or your hard copy book on their site for free. They're not going to do that. That's what publishing houses are for. That's why I said y'all got to look a little deeper into this stuff. We've been kind of on this for a little while. Not saying y'all don't know what y'all talking about, but you have to really understand what this is. And again, let's just say she did self-publish. How come you didn't go to the police with one of them goddamn stories that you put in that book?
That's what we was talking about. That was the
point
I
want to know. Because at the time she put all that stuff out, a lot of that stuff wasn't known. So why didn't she go to the police? You can't keep talking to me about how you want to take somebody down, but you literally got the evidence in your hand and in your eyesight and in your memory, but you don't go make a police report, but you write a book talking about you want to take them down. Girl, get out of here.
Yeah, we don't care if it was self-published. We just saying that.
It don't matter. She ain't making a police report.
You profited off of it. You quote unquote sold a book. Now you got your perfume called Astrology Perfume, and everybody we only know you because you was in the freaking thing. So now they need to bring her ass up too. Anybody who made money off it and stuff like that, they asked him to come. Nope, because they was there. They saw what happened. James, we talked about polite yesterday. Bye.
What's up, Maya? Welcome in the chat. Make sure y'all hit that like when you came in. What's up? We personally experienced. I just seen both of y'all pop in a few minutes ago in the chat. So welcome in, y'all. Appreciate y'all coming in. Please make sure you swipe that like button when you came in. Thank you so much.
See, that's what Nature Boy is good for too. That's why in the beginning, when the sector was put together, everybody was together. And then you got people that come in with stuff that has nothing to do with nothing. We wasn't talking about publishing or nothing else. I only spoke upon her coming at the cabin. That's not going to happen. But I'm just saying, we don't care. I'm just saying, all these witnesses, which we was talking about, all of these witnesses that went to the internet it's your time. He's in jail now. It's your time to now testify. You testified to us. You was crying.
Say that.
Then you got people as you doing interviews and stuff. They putting your cash app right there. Well, send the money to her. Send the money to him.
Say that.
Because
right.
they went
Say
through
that,
a lot and they was victims. So none of these victims want to see justice. None of these victims want justice, or y'all just wanted our money.
Facts. And every one of them are going to try to capitalize after the trial. They're going to be looking for book deals. They're going to be looking for, you know, hey, if they do a movie about it, I want a certain percentage for my character being portrayed. That's their angle right now.
Right.
I'm
so
telling
they're
you.
not victims.
No, but I'm saying just like Sassy. Sassy's sitting back. See, Sassy is real confident and cocky right now. Sassy is really thinking, okay, I got all the girls that like me. You know, all you know, the gay community, I'm big over there. So when the stuff comes out, I'm gonna propel myself. And he thinks he's like Nature Boy Jr. He really does. And you know, a lot of this stuff they see as fame, because you got to remember, when you take people out of societies who were nobodies, and I'm not calling them nobodies, I'm saying the way that they put it, they weren't popular, they weren't the most attractive, they weren't the smartest, they weren't all of these things in school and growing up. And so now when you get in a position where you have someone telling you that you are God, after a while, you start believing your own bullshit.
Look
and
what's
so
happening now. Exactly.
Sat ain't making no sense though. Listen to what Sat wrote. She's
not.
basically saying, listen to what she's saying. She's saying that they can be a witness.
I read it.
They can't be a witness though, because Velvet wasn't there.
I'm gonna address this because not because of what Sat said. I'm addressing this to the audience because she wasn't in class. Number one, we got to give props to Velvet's mother. When she came home, her mother made her go do A, B, and C. I got the video to prove it, and it comes out her mother's mouth.
Facts.
Okay. And number two, y'all make it seem like a good thing where other people, same way, I hate to say, his first baby mother, they all did this. But I mean, when she pressing charges, what is she pressing charges exactly about? The abuse. Guess what? She gonna need some witnesses too, because he gonna say no the same way this chick said no, I wasn't hit on, and then everybody's saying no, this didn't happen. So now Velvet is put in the same predicament that Nateri is put in, because all his 4 blind mice is going to say no. So now Velvet is going to need somebody to say this happened to her. And that goes back to Sybil and everybody else that sat there and watched that young lady get beat up. That goes for everybody else who watched her head get slammed. So this is about her needing people too to collaborate her story. Just like Nateri is going to need people to collaborate her story. Because if she's saying no, this didn't happen, and all the 4 blind mice and all the rest of the wannabe gods that's there all say this didn't happen, that's why I say they're gonna have to prove this happened. And then a lot of people left and said they all got in a circle and watch what happened to Velvet. So now you need to go tell the courts that. Why y'all told us that? And it still go back to what I'm saying. Everybody sat up there and said they saw Velvet get abused and everything. So they in the same boat right now. They're in the same boat. People thinking because she got the domestic violence, oh, she got him. No, because Babe is a stronger case than domestic violence. You could just get the same way he got off when his first baby mother, and y'all saw her face. Y'all saw her face. They may just tell you go to anger management, stay away from kids. Here's an order protection order. Bam. So The Terry case is a little bit stronger. So why y'all think Velvet case
Wait,
is stronger?
one second, Sugar. I wanted to address Sat for 1 second. So when I said that, Sat, I'm referring to, like, if we're going by just the court case itself and what's on the table right now, there's no way in hell Velvet could be a witness. She wasn't there when this R word took place. She wasn't there to see whether it was put up as revenge porn or not. She was there before the fact. She wasn't there at this particular time. So therefore she can't be a witness for this, but she could be a witness for other accounts, is what I'm saying.
But she's going to need witnesses too. Because everything she said, people saw it. So now she got to say, the judge is going to say, well, who was around when this happened? They're going to say A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
Right. And most of the time, it's going to be the majority of them because they're always all together for the most part. And so they're most of them were the witnesses to everything because remember, it was I don't even remember who it was now that reminded Velvet that Nature Boy broke the toilet bowl with her head.
Joy.
Yeah, but it's like you're confusing it. That's the problem, that you're confusing it. So you're talking about the Sybil thing and the toilet. We are talking about this particular thing right here with Neytiri. You're confusing the two, Sat. So when Thierry's the one that's pressed the charges and it's now going to wherever it's going to, right? There's no way in hell Velvet can be a witness for this. She was not there. She's gone 2 years ago.
It's all on video means really nothing right now. They have to come out and testify. So both of them is in the same boat. But when it comes down, now they may consider her test. That's why I said we don't know what Velvet's going to say. But Velvet is talking about domestic violence. Like I said, I'm addressing this. I'm not addressing that no more because obviously I put We Are the Truth on this channel. You see what the banner says, right? I'm going to put the banner up here one more time. Put the banner up here.
Facts.
It says multi-social media news, reviews, reactions, and discussions. Real. See the word real? See the word raw? Pure and truth. My job is to tell the truth. And the only way I can tell the truth is thank you. They all criminals. I have to, whatever you saying, you haven't brought me no proof. And like I'm saying, even though she has her own case, it's on domestic violence. And her being the primary parent of her daughter. She wants full custody. That's two different things. So the things that she says, she is witnesses there for Velvet and the witnesses that was there for Neytiri. They're going to have to call
you breaking up a little bit, people. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You was just breaking up real bad.
Okay, I hope this is better. I took myself out and put myself back in. So
we hear you. Yeah.
And then we got to make sure that
she probably fixing her mic.
No, I'm still.
I can hear her. I can hear her. I think it might be you, King Kev. You might have to go out and come back in. Like
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that because you're actually breaking up too. So I'm gonna drop off and come back. If somebody can drop the link for me.
Who could be somebody? Only I could drop the link. He calling me a somebody.
Oh, my bad. I'm tripping. I wasn't even thinking about what I was saying. Yes, Sugar Love, please drop the link again for me. Thank you.
All right, bro. And then she just said the same thing that I said. Slap. If I was boss lady slapper.
Wagging her back slap.
No, Nature Boy did not tamper with Maisha. He tampered, via the lawyer. No, he tampered with her in the bedroom. Eden. He tampered with Maisha in the bedroom. Not via through lawyer.
Your ass out of here.
He caught her in the bedroom like, yeah, baby, you know I love you, right? You know when I get drunk, you know this is what I do.
Stop writing them capital letters and big old paragraphs in the chat. That's not gonna help you. That does not make you right. Please stop doing that.
So Eden, we gotta remember that it wasn't via lawyer, it was via the bed. And that's why she recanted her story. Because he was giving her the best loving that he can give her at that point in time. He had her coming looked like a waterfall. She was coming down, coming like a waterfall. Then she
Yeah,
wrote
she's
that.
seeing
Then she wrote
rainbows,
that. Then she
rainbows.
wrote the letter. Yeah, she was seeing rainbows. She was shooting out stardust and all that good stuff. Because she said that out of her own mouth. He convinced me. So she the one went and wrote a letter stating that she agitated him. Everybody got input, but it ain't the right input. All this talk about what the victim need is giving me anxiety if he walks. Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, she had to get that backbone out. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. I want to get back to this court case. I mess with y'all.
Ain't nobody said nothing.
The video that was posted on Twitter is the same as the video. And obviously would be from the testimony will be differences. That this was that. So only thing we have is a statement from Mr. Wells saying that sex did have, and Mr. Leo who consented that they did actually have sex. And his belief that it was consensual. She said that it wasn't consensual. No questions or anything was testified about previous sexual as well. Difference DNA because we both know that they had sex. So here we just basically have the he say she say that they did previously have sex. They agreed to have sex, and another statement saying that they didn't have sex. So I feel that there's not enough evidence presented in either or nor cases that we have presented today, and that all cases should be dismissed and dismissed now and not to be further pursued up to Superior Court and not more.
Argument. Yes, Your Honor. And addressing the prohibition on
This DAC riding hard.
transmission, we do ask the court to bind all three over as felonies, even though one of the warrant was for misdemeanor. I think Mr. Edie is kind of misplaced when he recites the law. The law doesn't require that the videos that are posted and the content that's in the videos be of consensual nature. It requires that the person did not consent to the posting of those videos. And as long as those videos were electronically transmitted or posted, whether it's a photograph or video on some type of social media website, sharing site or web page or message board, if they were posted without the consent of the victim that's in that video and they were posted for the purposes of harassing or taunting the individual, and it should
I told you guys after we finish talking about this court thing today, we're gonna get all into that. When I come back on Black Beat Radio, I have to watch the video myself, me and my co-host, so then we could assess it. But I don't
Girl,
know.
I beat you to it. I've been watching the play already. I beat you to it.
Oh, you saw? I said you saw it on Nick, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one
I don't know what kind of
with
flirt is going on
True?
over there, but we'll get to that later. We'll
The
get
one
to
with
that
True?
later.
I don't know.
I don't know neither, but we still gonna watch that later because we have to see it ourselves,
we'll
boss
catch
lady.
up on later. We doing this right now.
Oh yeah, we're gonna definitely catch up on. We're gonna watch it ourselves, me and my co-host.
Why y'all never stick to what's happening? Let's talk about this. Y'all always going way somewhere else and bringing up other stuff. Let's talk about this. All you good investigators, investigate this video.
Oops.
There's explicit conduct, then it's a felony. And that is probable cause for the warrant for that, and it should be bound over. You heard the testimony from Detective Panosian. Ms. Newell did not consent to the posting. This was posted after she left, and what she believes was in response to her leaving the group and potentially being taunted and harassed. We've submitted evidence about what the cult culture was like with Mr. Bishop and what he would order and demand and require his members to do when people left or disrespected him. And so based on that, there's enough probable cause for the prohibition on nude or sexually explicit electronic transmissions.
So it looks like they're giving up on the rape.
And moving forward to the rape and false imprisonment, there's also enough probable cause for the warrants on these cases, and we ask that those be bind over as well. The fact that I think the defense tries to make a big deal that Miss Newell has left over the years and come back to the cult, I'm sure this court's familiar with domestic violence relationships and how individuals will leave and go back routinely because of the hold that someone has over them, because of the threat, the fear that they have for their life. This is a situation in which Miss Newell was part of a cult and where the Mr. Bishop, who somehow self-proclaims himself as God, as the leader of this organization, orders and controls other individual members in the group. And when they didn't do what they wanted him to do, when they didn't do what he asked of them, he would order some type of physical violence toward them. So there was a culture of fear with Mr. Bishop. This is evidenced by multiple videos that Mr. Bishop himself has posted, that other members have posted, that Detective Panosians testified that she has observed. And Miss Newell at the end of the day said that she told Mr. Bishop no multiple times. She told him that she wanted to leave. He held her, said that she could not leave, and specifically said that she was his property and that she would not be allowed to leave. And then proceeded to rape her without her permission, engaged in intercourse with her without her permission. She essentially said no multiple times, and then
oh, they're not letting me play it. They're not letting me play it.
coercion or duress is not consent at all, especially when there is fear surrounding it. So based on the testimony, based on the evidence,
that's a reach. Come on now.
There is enough probable cause for all of these charges to be bound over to Superior Court.
Come on now. Come on, Edie. You gotta say something.
Edie ain't got nothing to say.
Based on the evidence and testimony, I am going to find that the state has met its burden. With respect to the electronic transfer of the videos, the detective testified that she saw 3 videos of the alleged victim and the defendant here engaged in sexual intercourse. And it was a surprise to me that Twitter allows such videos to be posted. But the consent with respect to the law.
Now, people, y'all gotta remember, people like, it's on tape, it's on video, it's on video, it's on tape. That's not how the law works. First of all, how many mobsters that we know whose phone was wiretaped and didn't help in court? A lot of videos, they was under surveillance. Pictures were taken. And they still needed testimony from people. That's why people started coming up missing. That's why people, when they get ready to go to court and stuff, people come up missing. So you cannot say, oh, well, they got it on tape. They had it on tape too, them FBIs and everything else, when it was going after mobsters. And at the end of the day,
the witnesses,
they needed witnesses. And when these witnesses started disappearing, which they might do to Nature Nut at the end, is that the big brother take over. The big brother who's on top of everybody is an IRS. That's why people get them out the PP loans and all. They're not ready for that yet. They want to see where this goes. Then they're going to say, you know what? The ABC brother didn't do it. The CBS people didn't do it. Okay, big brother, IRS, because you can't never beat the IRS. I'm not saying But when IRS on your ass is a whole different story.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Nick is probably playing her position. Hey, chat, we have. Oh wow, we ain't got 100 likes yet. We need 7 likes. This can we get 7 likes? Can we get 7 likes? We know sometimes you get into here and you get so good, you forget to hit the like, but hit the like.
Oh shoot, I can't hit the like. That's all right. He hit it. This is the same same chat.
This is funny. Sugar, just before you go again, yeah, just to clarify, remember the other day, people were arguing with us and telling us in the chats that she never said no. She never said no. Well, here's the evidence. You heard them say she said no multiple times. So if people never heard that, I don't know what they're hearing. If she said no, no means no. His argument is, what's it called? It wasn't right. Ooh, it wasn't the R word. It wasn't the R word. She's saying it was. So that's why they tell them, okay, well, then it might have to go to trial to be determined whether it was or wasn't, because the both of you are saying 2 different stories. But she's saying she said no multiple times, and he's saying no, it wasn't even nothing like that. I don't know.
The whole house could have been bugged. That's what I'm saying. People talk. I just woke up. I fell asleep. Your voice, my voice is soothing. Oh my God, bless you, bless you, bless you.
That's the second
I
person
never heard
that
that
said
ever. I never heard that
No,
ever,
that's the second
ever,
person that
ever,
said that.
ever. See,
That's the second person that said that, Tony.
I would thank them. They all blessed up. They all blessed up. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we have to remember what's on video is one thing. It's up for them to take that story to the authorities. The video doesn't mean nothing. They're going to look at the video. Now, it's a difference if the video makes them have to be subpoenaed. That's a difference. That is different. And if people thrown in too many things, a judge, like she said at the end, I have another case to get to. You're going to have to do this in 1 minute, which means 60 seconds. You got 1 minute. If not, and they even the judge was like, I mean, even his own lawyer was like, no. He hold his hand up to say something. They was like, nope.
Okay, we need 10 likes. 10 people hit the like button, please. 10 people hit the like button.
Thank you, Black Radio. If he have a good lawyer, he's going to walk. Maybe, maybe not. He could have the best lawyer ever. But it's also been previous videos of people saying he baked them. It's been previous videos where they say Musa baked people. So if he got a good lawyer and more people come out, that lawyer might freaking quit. The lawyer might quit or go up on the prices. Like, listen, God damn, it's too much. The lawyer, this lawyer he got right now is a good lawyer. Let me tell y'all his name. Hold up. We're going to look him up right now. Because some of y'all everybody know, but they don't know.
Nobody do research.
Everybody know, but they don't know. The judge ain't got no time to pick through nothing. She only got to deal with the case that's in front of her. Did you heard the lady said, I didn't know you could do that on Twitter, which means they don't know nothing about this case. They only gone by her judgment. Was not about him being a cult leader, about him smacking people. Her judgment went straight from the case. Just about the case that is in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
So all this other stuff, the judge don't care about all of that. They got other cases and stuff to go to. And believe me, for this, if this goes to trial, and they said this needs to be heard by a jury. So you damn right, witnesses going to pop up. And the four blind mice, they're gonna have to make some decisions because the state may pick up that baby. Like I said, they can't do too much about Mama Dia. That did not happen on U.S. soil. But Mama Dia, she might can rest in peace now. She might can rest in peace. That mofo was off. So you can say what you want about Nateri, whether she lied or didn't lie. We already know she was forced to do it. Y'all better stop acting like a lot of people wasn't forced to do stuff with Nature Boy. If you got forced to slap, everything they did was by force. He didn't ask nobody anything. He gave orders. Nature Boy give orders.
Yeah, Bill Cosby had the best lawyers money could buy. He still went to prison.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Kev.
I'm looking for something. So I had seen something with the name on it. Let me see if I can find it with the judge name on it.
I'm mad at your ass, Tony. Didn't send some of this damn coal here and got my feet all cold.
Are you so welcome? I'm glad I could be assistance and have some more to send your ass.
That was enough. Little rain and stuff. I was like, no.
You know I like to share. His name is Khalil Edie, but it showed. Oh gosh. Damn. What? I gotta find this.
Well, Tiger Woods came out pretty good with all the dirt he had on him. They felt sorry for him after his wife whooped his tail and ran him down that street. They felt bad for old Tiger. She beat that nigga down that driveway. She said, "How dare you embarrass me?"
Or did I see that on my other channel? I don't know where the hell I be seeing shit now. I don't know. I be seeing stuff. I don't even know where I'm at no more. Damn. I don't know what channel I be on, names and stuff. I be getting kind of mixed up now.
What was you looking for? A video?
No, the name and the number of the lawyer, so we can look him up right now. Now I can't find it. I don't know which what it was. I don't know, was it here or Tony? I don't know where the hell I'd be anymore. Oh God. Jesus. And is it EDDY? What?
If I can make it big.
Because you can't replay the whole video because the judge said not to.
Is it EADDY?
I think it's I think I don't know, but I'm gonna have to look at it.
EADDY is
Now I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, I can see it.
Oh, you can see it?
Yeah, I can enlarge it.
But that would be like much quicker.
Ooh, 50. Got your butt in some hot water, boy. Ha ha. Ding dong, the witch is dead. The wicked
Which is gone. Okay, let me see something here.
Ain't no clicking your heels and going back to Kansas now, boy.
Now, his judge name is Phyllis R. Williams. I knew that part. She's a magistrate court. She graduated in university with a degree in music. She done sung his ass a song today. She done sung his ass a song today.
That's funny as hell.
What?
She you said she majored in music.
But that's why I said she done sung his ass a song today, god damn it.
Damn.
50 lawyer ain't never defending a traffic ticket. He defended a traffic ticket even better. He was like, no, he won for that traffic ticket.
This is really bad. Did you say she was a music major?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. That's what it said.
God damn.
In her written statement, she said when she left, she went straight to the hospital. So I believe he did that to her.
Hell no.
That's what it said.
That's really bad. That's really.
Yeah, but she still have to pass that bar exam though. So
yeah. She did.
But she sung his ass a song today.
She's still a bird brain.
A bird brain. She is classical music. Her ears are very good. I don't know why that's.
I agree with Miss Leo. I agree with you.
What?
With I believe Nene. The only reason being because what made me believe is when she said she told him no, and she tried to get away, and then he turned her around, like he literally spun her around. Right there proves that she was against her will.
But even the court said, even if she did go back upstairs to say bye, that doesn't mean that did not transpire. And number two, if she wanted to have one more for old time's sake, you think she's going to get in the damn Uber and go, hold up, let me out of here. I want to rock for old time's sake. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If she wanted to have X with him at any point in time, she did not have to call an Uber. If she called the Uber, that means she was ready to go. It was no need to get out the Uber right downstairs. So she got out the Uber to go upstairs for one more time. This is his lawyer, Kalal Edie. There you go. That's the man who couldn't be a lawyer today. That's the man who couldn't be a lawyer today. So y'all want to check him out? Y'all can check him out. His thing is Robert James Trial Attorneys. If y'all want to look him up, look him up. Robert James Trial. Let me see. Y'all be making a sister work. That's why I don't like y'all. Arbor. Robert Trail. What it says, boss lady?
Robert Trail James.
See,
Trail,
hold it. Robert Trail.
Robert James Trial Attorney.
Robert James.
Yeah, it says Robert James.
Okay. Trial
Attorney, and then it's got the phone number.
Let's see. And his name is Edie. Hold up. This say personal injury. Attorney Robert James has over 20 years of experience and has secured countless courtroom victories in DeKalb. We're going to check him out and tell him to fire Edie. Tell him to fire Edie. Let me bring y'all to the screen that I'm in, because y'all people talk too much. Nobody don't like to bring up nobody likes to go study and do their homework. They just talk. We want to find out about the attorney. We're going to do that right now. Yeah, I know I don't do all that back and forth.
Hey, was
Now, let's look at, and his name, Mr. Edie. Call out Edie. Well, he's still there if I want to look him up. Now, let's go look up the Law Company. We're going to go into this. How many of you guys can see? Y'all guys can see. I'm going to open it up if I can. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Okay. It says has over 20 years experience. Now, let's go check them out. Because this is the company. Because you deserve justice. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But he seemed like an accident lawyer. Hold up. I think he chose the wrong.
It says personal injury and criminal defense attorney.
If the personal injury is at the front, then that means they handle more personal injury laws than criminal defense cases, because personal injury is in the beginning. Even when they say in an injury or accident, if y'all can read it, at the hands of another can cause you a lot of devastation and anguish, which is why it's important you enlist the help of Robert James Trial Attorney, trusted personal injury lawyer who would do everything possible to deliver you the best you deserve. Okay? So basically, that's what they mainly known for. So they don't went and got an injury lawyer, right? Who specializes in injury lawyers. Let's do our homework here.
Or hold on, sugar. Or maybe that could have been a deliberate thing that they did. Think about it. Personal injury. They know that it's possible that the Mama Dia thing and all of that can come up. That all comes under what? Injury.
Yeah, but they can't do nothing. They cannot do nothing with Mama D. That did not happen on U.S. soil.
True, but I think that's because but he knows that it might come up, whether or not it comes up as a court case, but they might bring it up, so he might need advice on what to do with that. Hence why they've gone for a personal injury and a criminal defense. It covers both.
I think it's cheaper, but I just think it's cheaper.
Yeah, okay.
To get somebody, they were just trying to see if they could handle the case for them. That's all.
Now, the attorneys at Robert James Trial Attorney have 25 years of handling client cases, and they know the justice system in and out. not today. Our lawyers provide clients with detailed and thorough representation from a seasoned team. I ain't seen no team there. I saw Edie by himself. And Edie wasn't looking so good. Right? As an experienced trial lawyer, not today, and the former elected district attorney, he should have said I didn't want that case anyway. But sometimes these lawyers want to make quick money too. That's money to put their kids in college. Well, I'll take it. Attorney James have comprehensive understanding on both sides of the law. Attorney James is prepared to help accident victims and victims of violent crimes with the personal injury case. So it goes right back to injury. But being that he take on the other cases because he is a former elected DA, that's why they say he understands both sides, but just not today. Just not today. Today, they done hired the wrong person. Okay. What sets us apart? I don't know how to get this off, and I don't know how to, I don't want to press nothing that's going to make it bigger. So excuse that. What sets us apart? Won millions of dollars for personal injury clients. Former elect district attorney of DeKalb County. A seasoned trial attorney with experience handling complex, it didn't happen, not today, and high-profile cases. They didn't know Nature Boy when they wrote this. They did not know Elihiho when they wrote this up. Right? We don't get paid unless we recover money for you. So basically, free in-house and hospital consultations. Okay? Now, it states,
he said, wear favorite parks when you need her.
What?
Can't tell about wear favorite parks when you need her.
Robert James, trial attorney, treats every client with the highest level of respect and professionalism, no matter what injuries you're dealing with. We stand by your side from start to finish. We are here. Maybe it's for the toothache, guys. Maybe it's for the toothache, right? Maybe it's for the toothache. Maybe he's really there to help with the toothache. Well, let's go. We are here to help you navigate every step of the legal process, making sure you understand the different kind of rewards of the case. Okay? So, like I said, they do, they was on TV and everything. So they took on his case to be back on TV. Look, he was on TV. Mom, I'm on TV. Hey, on TV. And Edie is back on TV. So Nature Boy might bring them more business. Who knows? But poor Edie, you didn't look so good today. You were stuttering. You couldn't talk right. But take that money. Now, I'm going to go back up so Boss Lady, well, where's that? So Boss Lady could see what, wow, who paid for this guy? So they're going to film, yeah, ain't got no choice. This lawyer level expertise is on public defender level. No, I said, this lawyer aspects is in, if you're, I fall in and I can't get out. That's what he's expert on. If I'm falling and I can't get up, you call this lawyer right now for injury service. Okay, who paid for this guy? So this guy, so they are going full stream ahead with it. Yes. But this, everybody say hi to Edie. He all fucked up today. He all fucked up now. Poor Robert is yelling at him right now. You could have did better than that. So they paid, this company got 25 years experience. So tell True, all their money just went down the drain. Because now he got to go to trial. Now he got to go to trial. And that's going to be more money. So I don't know what y'all gonna do. Combination. He had a life alert. I'm falling and I can't get up. You mean you don't know he on the fence? Hey, Panamanian princess. Hey, peace and blessings. Now I'm not on the fence. We already know that nothing is truly consented because Nature Boy gives orders. He doesn't ask you anything. It's consent. Nothing is consent. Go into the bathroom. You got to ask to even go pee.
Ouch.
The attorney is proficient. He may get a feather in his cap. First witness is the doctor. All right. They're going to apply for another PP loan. They're going to be doing a lot of shit. It's a trial now. They done gave that lawyer that money. He was like, well, I don't see anything. Judge was like, hold up. You know, I studied music, right? I can hear the bullshit in this motherfucker. This is like a terrible song. No. No. So, Nature Boy is going to use himself as the witnesses. You know why? Because he come back with a different personality in the blink of an eye. So one day he gonna have DMX up there. The next day, he gonna have Denzel Washington up there. The next day, she could be thirsty, but she said no, that it's a wrap. I don't know if she said no or not, but I do know she was in that Uber car. He was involved in the Richard Brooks case. The young man who was at the Wendy's, I think he represented someone who they try to say burnt the Wendy's down. Whatever that they did, it ain't worked today. It ain't what they should have known when they wrote that up to bring people to their business. They did not mean for Nature Boy people to look at it. They did not mean for them to look at it. That lawyer or the representative they sent there was not prepared for Nature Boy. But the thing is, they said high class cases. That's why they took it on. I wonder if astrology could be you. Honey, I keep telling y'all, Nature Boy got too many aliases. So each day he's gonna bring another witness. Yeah, media attention. Win, lose, or draw. You know, so they figuring, well, the people who sending their money, they figuring that Nature Boy gonna bring them business, and they figuring that they want more business. Maybe his lawyer will get a download. Look up Rashad. What you think we just did, neighborhood people? Think we just looked him up. He specialized in injury. Not he may have done that, but they don't specialize in that. They specialize in injury. Well, we don't know who is going to come to court anyway, because he's like 50 different personalities. Yeah, we don't know who coming to the court. Y'all always want me to drop the link when I'm ready to go. Y'all get on my nerves. When I say here's the link, get on it. No. Maybe I finish, drop the link. Here we go. Yes, he's definitely an ambulance chasing attorney. Thank you, East Coast. I just read it. I'm not saying he never had, being that he's a DA, he take on criminal cases, but that's not what they specialize in. That's not their number one money. Their number one money is I fall in and I can't get up. That's what they specialize in.
They specialize in accidents.
What's up, neighborhood? My Hebrew friend. Shalom. Hello. People, when y'all say drop the link, have your mics ready. Have your mics ready, because hello. If we stay laser focused on the charges, can we say she really was not? Let me tell you something. If all of that was true, Stephanie, yeah, but that's only domestic violence. That's nothing. That's nothing compared to her case. Remember the last domestic violence case he had with pictures to go with it? He got the lady let it go.
Okay.
Now we hear you. What's up? We heard the
Hey,
okay.
he was that lawyer was involved in the Rashard Brooks case, and that was the guy who got killed at the Wendy's in Atlanta on Pryor Street, and they burnt down the Wendy's. I don't think that he represented Rashad's family, but I think he represented one of the guys.
I like how you talk and go on mute. No, we get that, but that's a whole different case. His name wasn't Nature Boy. His name was not Nature Boy. That may have brought them into going to that law firm. But what happened is they did not truly look at, usually whatever you like, even if you're buying food or whatever product, the main ingredients is in the beginning. So the first thing you see in the ingredient, that's what it's mainly of. And the more ingredients it is of how much is it, like if you buy like 10%, if you buy like juice, and you'll see everything else, then when you get to the end, you'll say 100% juice. That's at the end. That means ain't really no juice in here. So if they would have looked at what I just looked at, they specialize in injury. They like them laws, I fallen, I can't get up, or I slipped, or something like that. Or maybe somebody getting injured at Wendy's. But being that they saw the word former DA, they figuring this guy know his business. But they didn't realize it got injury in the beginning. Even when they start off, when you start reading it, which I just did, it speaks upon injuries. Then it goes down to criminal lawyer. You understand what I'm saying, neighborhood? Oh, I ate already. I was been with mute. I've been with mute. After talking to True, the attorney just agreed. Yeah, with that money. With that money, honey. Like I said, people cannot show too much of the video. The judge said you can't do that. You can't do that. So that's all I'm going to show. But y'all heard the whole thing. Hopefully that was good enough. It may not have been crispy clear, but when you taping something off somebody else's tape, it might not be crispy clear. See, a little bit of research sometimes will mean a lot. Because you had no business getting an attorney that deals with injury. Their main focus is not, even though they may have some lawyers that do that, but as we see, it backfired. Look how the man was talking. All right, neighborhood. But I keep telling y'all, they've been taught all this knowledge, but not common sense. He never taught them. He should not have taken all their thinking process away from them. And he should have taught them to use common sense. Common sense. If it says injury lawyer first, them are the most cases that they win. Duh. I know they probably like, damn, Why I didn't notice that? The way I see it, his blasphemy and exceed the limits of abuse, but the specific charges might be fake. His karma got him. Ain't no problem. His karma got him. This karma got him. Look how many times he was let off because of lies. So now he in jail, maybe because of lie. But my thing is that I don't believe she's lying because she was in the Uber. She was already in the Uber. If she wanted to rock tonight for old time's sake, she would never got in the Uber. And second of all, they the one said to her, God wants to talk to you before she leaves. Then she let the Uber go and she went upstairs. Hey, Wayzay, welcome.
Hey, Tony. Hey, panel. Hey, chat. Hey,
Way.
moms.
Hey,
Can you
hey.
guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I'm getting like, I know you always say we late to class and whatever, but I
I
be
be
like,
joking with y'all. Pay me no mind.
I know, but you be spitting like a little, you spit good stuff for women. You understand what I'm saying? And it's just like, it's such an honor. I'm like a little nervous now because I'm up on your platform, but
it's our platform,
excuse
girl.
me.
Welcome, welcome, and welcome. It's our platform.
Yeah, but I'm like in the chat and I'm just like a little lost because it's just like, people saying they on the fence. I mean, like, yes, it is an open platform and everything, but like, really, how long have you guys been watching? You understand what I'm saying? Like, because like you've been doing this, you've been reporting on him for a good while, for some years, and I came in like, maybe when the pandemic, when we was on lockdown. So it was just like, that's all I had to do was research, not just, going word for word what people say and stuff like that. So my thing is just like, listen, this is not a tribe. This is a SEX cult. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he is the leader. When they did the raid on his house, they said they was looking for Eligio Bishop, the cult leader, not a tribe. You understand what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know. For the people who don't know, please do your own research. Not to say that what Tony is saying is wrong.
I say it all the time.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, come on. There are a lot of people who have been victims of certain situations within their own past. They just chose not to talk about it on social media. That doesn't mean that we don't have understanding, we don't have compassion. We have our own children, they're grown. You know what I'm saying? But we just trying to share light and teach others, like, listen, no matter the front that 50 put up, Clubfoot, Nasty Nuts, Nami, like, oh my goodness, so much I could say about him, but just to keep it real simple, like, he's guilty on all counts. And I'm proud of Nene because she got the ball rolling.
Thank you.
Really rolling.
Preach it.
You understand what I'm saying? So I got a lot of respect for that. So I'm not here to bash women or victims or whatever. But if you really want, if I was somebody's wife and I was forced to be married to somebody and I left the cult and then you put on some revenge porn, listen, I would seek your ass out from here to there. I don't care where you at. I'm not really going to no other countries to service you or whatever like that. But I will go straight to the federal government. Now, my background is in criminal justice. So, like, that lawyer, I don't know what he was on, but
we didn't know what the last lawyer was on either. They probably saw his case like, this the goddamn devil. God damn, it's the goddamn devil. Shit.
I do have respect for the DA because she is really putting her foot on like this person's neck and be like, hold up, listen, this is a victim. She said no. No means no. I can have sex with somebody 100 times, and if you take it from me and I tell you no, and I go to the authorities, like that is the R word. Period. You can't use my background and try to say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, that's like
Oh
a
well, you did it.
prostitute. That's like a prostitute. That doesn't mean anybody can screw up.
Prostitutes
She
even
has
have
to
rights.
give right. She has to give permission. Doesn't matter if she strolled. But you know what? People gonna always use that, but people must understand. I keep trying to tell y'all. People keep giving and stuff that has not. The judge only want to hear about the case in hand. The case, she's not there for a PP loan. A lot of these things he's guilty of, she's not there for none of that. That's now we need for people to make new cases on him so he could be charged with everything he's guilty of. But that's not what this case is about. It's about BAPE, about the false imprisonment, and using her, putting her on Twitter. Now, every other thing is another case, like another charge. He got to get hit with more charges. So maybe that's what we don't know. And then everybody keeps saying, well, Velvet has a case. Yes, she does have a case. But again, that's domestic violence. She gonna
Right.
have to, her and Nateri is in the same boat right now because Velvet is going to need somebody to correspond with what she's saying because it was witnesses there every time she got abused. And being that she only went to the cops the last time, they can eat her up because there's no proof. So now she's gonna have to look for the people to say, yeah, I saw this. Like I said, Sybil was one that saw this. We had ample people that saw this. She's going to need witnesses also. It's not like a BAPE case is way, way different than a DV case, first of all.
Right.
And we don't even know if it's a DV case. It could be a case that she wanted full custody of her daughter. We don't know what he's going to court for with Velvet.
I'm going to tell you, Tony, I'm going to tell you straight up because I'm from New York State. And when you do a DV case in another state, whether that person came to you or whatever, it's to get housing, Section 8, stuff like that. You have to go into a certain type of shelter. You get basically bumped up on
New
a
York too, but let's go, baby.
Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So I'm not really like people keep saying she got this DV case. She got okay, but she could have buried him when she left the cult. You understand what I'm saying? Like her dad fought for her and everything, and I'm just saying like this. I don't hold like I have my opinion and stuff like that, but I'ma just keep it to a minimum. She could have been buried Nature Boy if she really wanted to. Because when she took out whatever charges, she flew to Puerto Rico, set up shop in another cult or tribe. Because I'm not going to say it's a cult.
Left one man and ended up with another man who was also a Nature Boy follower.
Exactly my point.
People forget that man who changed her daughter's pamper was I showed the video before. He was a Nature Boy follower.
Yes. It would be no way at her age, if I was her age and I had a baby, especially a baby girl, but a baby girl or a little baby boy, that you would be bathing my baby. Like that, it just never would have happened because I would have been so traumatized from removing myself from one situation. I wouldn't have got into another situation. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm a little older than her, so it is what it is at the end of the day. You understand?
I'm not understanding Eden Evolution's question. Does that disqualify who? I'm not understanding that. I don't have a book. All I do is report on what I'm watching. I don't know why we're not watching the same thing, but I thought we was all watching the same thing. I thought we were all seeing the same thing. So if I say something, it's about the video. It's not my opinion. It's what's on the video. I don't have a book. I don't have a side. I don't have a dog in his race. My daughter was not there.
Yes, mine wasn't either. So I can't really speak on other people, what they choose to do and how they choose to move. That's on them. But when they show the entire world how they're moving, it does cause skeptical. Like, it's like I have to be skeptical. I can't be biased. I don't know you from a hole in a wall. You don't know me. We just online. You know what I'm saying? Kicking the willy boo boo, baba, whatever you want to call it. You understand what I'm saying? But it's just like, I'm just saying with this case, all I could do is really give praise to Nene. That's all I could really do, because she really got the ball rolling and she's really standing her ground. And I'm proud of her for that. So hopefully she don't double down. Even though the state picked it up already.
You know what we haven't touched on yet, though, ladies? We haven't even touched on the bit where they can prove that Nene's been cyberbullied. We have, what's his name? True out here. Remember when he had that phone call with Nature Boy? Who remembers when he said, well, if she want to play that game, we can both do that. We can put together something and show what she's really like. That right there is as a thing of torturing and cyberbullying somebody and trying to intimidate the witness. Then we have Then we have when Nature Boy instructed, is it Solar or Musa, whichever one, to basically try and reach out to her. That's another one. I think the DA did bring that up before, didn't it, in the first bail hearing or something. There's quite a few things that they got out there when they got her name all over Twitter. They still got her acts on Twitter calling her clowns and all these stuff. So come on, like, she can easily prove that she's been bullied and harassed and stuff like that. So that right there stands. Then we've got to get to the bit of what happened when she was in the house and what took place and the slaps with Afuru and who did she say? Afuru and Zoka when they slapped her and all those things. Right there, the evidence is there. So she's got quite a few things that goes in her favor. Don't get it twisted.
Now y'all have to remember one thing, and I keep trying to tell you that. I don't know who sent the video or not, but yes, I did see the video. Y'all have to remember, because somebody is getting baked, people, you have your mental and you have your physical. So you may not be mentally then, you may be, you know what's going on with you, but your body does not. That's why a lot of victims feel guilty and they don't tell nobody because they did have a exclamation, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So some people confuse that because in the video she does say, I'm coming. So people made this thinking that, oh, then that's consent. Just like a lot of these no good dogs sit up there and when they be with these young kids or whatever, and they figure that they did this to somebody, in their mind is consensual or they liked it because they had the exclamation. So let's not confuse that. When you arouse, you are aroused. You may try to cut it off. You can fight much as you want to fight, but that does not take away the exclamation point if somebody gets you there. And it makes you feel really dirty. You feel so dirty. That's why a lot of them, they go and they get into the showers and they try to, they think they can scrub it off of them and all of that other. People don't know what a lot of people go through when they're getting baked. But people confuse that because they may be going, or their legs start shaking. That is, them are two different things. So whoever saw the video, don't confuse because she had an exclamation. Don't confuse that with that means yes.
Exactly. That's really my point as well. You understand what I'm saying? Because the bond hearing was already set on May 6th, and they bought the intimidation of tampering with a witness, tampering with the victim. That's why he was denied bond. So this hearing was something different. You understand what I'm saying?
So also we got was it Zoka the other day? was it Soka that was making her thing? Was it Soka? And she was like, "Oh, you came here. You came into his." No, that was Malia. It was Malia. Malia's like, "You came into his world and you did this and you did that." That's another way of this. Say that they're intimidating the witness and stuff, because when they're doing all these damn public tours all over the YouTube streets, and they're basically indirectly hollering at her. That's another way of intimidating.
But at the end of the
go ahead.
Did you, Tony? Did you see the video where she did melanation or melanated women, melanated Black women? Like, I was just laughing my butt off like the whole time. Like, I could not believe like she would actually come online and talk, because like nothing you says makes sense. You left your son to join what?
She left a dead John letter, and that's fucked up. No,
come on.
She left a dead John letter and took off in the middle of the night. And again, you cannot say she was manipulated then or coerced then, under duress then. And then I feel sorry for a lot of people who's like really like they don't understand. Like, you know what a cult is. Like, how can y'all see him do these things and still accept what he's? I see a lot of people going in hard for him. I even had men come here saying, "Well, every time a Black man want to do something, people always want to bring him down." Like, you didn't, Nature Boy didn't do nothing for his demise. Just the Black woman did this, right? You know what I'm saying? The Black woman did it again, right? I'm so sick of him with, okay, he didn't have nothing to do with that.
STDs and STIs do damage the brain if you don't get the proper care. And apparently she didn't get the proper care because she basically told her family to kick rocks and signed everything over to him. That's how she was able to get from with the hospital in the States back into Puerto Rico. And listen, that's her own demise. Listen, your family is only gonna subject themselves to so much. This is the life you want to live, boo boo. Okay, we have your son. We're gonna take care of him. He's gonna grow up, and one day you have to confront him. That's really how it's done, or at least in my family, that's how it's done.
Let me tell you, people forget these kids, because we all was kids. They want answers, and they go out and find you. How many kids been adopted? They don't stop until they find a natural mother or father. How many boys ain't never seen their dad? They don't stop till they find. So, Aya, FBI, and Malaya, oh, you want to see them two boys again? They coming for you. They are coming for. Kids want answers. They're coming for you.
All I'm gonna say is this: I hope their family is being honest with their kids, because I was honest with my kid. I had an issue with his father. Things didn't really turn out too great. You understand what I'm saying? But I didn't deny him. Well, I sort of kind of did deny him access, but I had to. You understand what I'm saying? Because it was just like, well, if I don't get to you, the best way I could do it is get through my kids. You understand? Or my children through you to hurt you. And it was like, I wasn't with that. I was young. You know what I'm saying? I was young, dumb, and full of cum. You understand what I'm saying? So I had support, though, who helped me to realize. It took me a minute to break it down to my dad, and I did. You understand? And it was just like, no, this is not how this works. Let me help you with my grandson so he could be a better man when he get older, or she could be a better daughter, a woman, like, productively. So like, I reached out, and because I was able to open up eventually, I was able to overcome a lot of stuff. And I just said, listen, I refuse to put my children through certain things.
Mhm.
And dude, live your life. You understand what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna live my life. I'm young, and that's what I did. And my son and my children is like they're grown, so they're doing their own thing, but they don't have those issues that I suffered. Because a lot of times there are certain things you could tell them, and there are certain things you can't tell them. When they get old enough and they start asking you questions
Right.
and stuff like that, then you have to be honest and you have to break it down to them. But see, I was real with mine, so I didn't really hold much from them, but I hold a little bit because they wasn't like mature enough in the brain to comprehend what mommy was doing. You understand what I'm saying? So I did what I felt was best. And listen, they turned out very well. So I'm not mad, I'm not ashamed, and I love it. And I just hope that other people will do the same thing. And they don't like to listen to elders, or they don't like to listen to
Mhm.
people older than them. And then they say that people older than, like, if I put my camera on right now, you would think you would be like, wait a minute, you probably block your screen or something and be like, hey, are you 18? Show me your driver's license or something like that, because I do look young for my age. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. But I just taught them a certain type of way, and I was honest with them and straightforward, and that's all you could really do. If you in a toxic relationship, you don't have to endure that for your kids, because at the end of the day, not only are you putting yourself in jeopardy, but you're putting your children at risk as well.
Especially from a narcissistic man, because they don't really
Yes.
love their kids neither. That's why they pick the kid that's going to give them the most supply, and then they put the kids against each other. If you have more than one, they put them against one another, and the one that doesn't give them supply ends up the black sheep of the family. And this one becomes their favorite. It's like so many different ways that you can put it. But I just don't understand how we all can be watching the same thing. And some people go hard for this ninja. Y'all don't know right from wrong. Is something wrong with you too? Is something I'm like something wrong with a lot of people. I see why his following was high, but not high as what people think it is. But it was had a lot of following, but not as much as people thought it is. We look at his videos. Some of our numbers is better than his numbers. Check his numbers
Right.
out. He's not all that big as you think he is. That's why he couldn't get as big as he wanted to get.
Well, astrology plays into it as well. Your mystery religion, because that's what I call it, a mystery religion. I grew up on zodiac. I didn't grow up. Astrology is pseudo science. It's
correct.
Like, wait, what? You understand? So, like, I'm coming into this new era in 2021 or 2020, and it's just like astrology, my moon, my this, my planet, and I'm just like, wait, what? Even my children that are grown are saying like, what the heck are you listening to, mom? Like, they're questioning me. Like, they want to be interested. Like put me up on game. Let me know what's going on. I'm just like, listen, I don't know. You know, that's why I be in the bushes a lot. I like channel holders. Don't get me wrong. It's certain channel holders I deal with. I come on a StreamYard, or at least I try to. I'm just fortunate to be able to come up on your StreamYard. It's working with my phone for some reason. So I'm just like,
Well, ain't you a
huh?
mod on
No, I'm not no mod. I'm not no mod on no channels.
And
I
if
never
she
been a
mod
mod on
yours,
any
lady, please don't bring it up. But
I never been a mod. So like I'm not with like the wrench and stuff. Like all that stuff is new to me. I'm in like probably a certain channel chat, because
all
I'm
right.
subscribed to that
I'm
channel.
a
It's all
proud
right.
mod.
It's all right.
I'm a proud mob of the I'm a proud mod of the coffee cult crew. Yep.
Oh, that's us.
I say it
Coffee
loud and
cup.
proud.
But somebody says, and which is absolutely right, Maya. Didn't he admit she started the cult? Well, she didn't start the cult with him, but I showed you guys the other day where he said they built it together. Now, the only problem that she's going to have, so
Who she?
my V lovers don't understand it. I speak in facts. I don't speak upon what she is today. But she would have to answer for before she was his wife, when she was a student for 8 months. She was not abused then, but she saw abuse. A lot of things people don't understand. And then she agreed to all of that. And I showed you guys that when her and Aya was going at it. And when Nature Boy went in on Aya's ass, and she was sitting right there, and he was like, "Oh, you think you're going to take her place?" He said, "We built this together. We did this together." A lot of people done changed their lives. You know how many people done changed their lives, and a lot of them is pastors, and they done had kids and everything. But out of nowhere, they found that knife in the under a rock somewhere, or when it was taken down a building, they found evidence. You still have to answer for what you've done in life. They got to answer for that. Their life may have changed, but you got to, the courts don't want to hear that. So y'all personalizing too many things. We're not watching this, what's going down with Nature Nut, to be personalized. We cover it to save people. We cover this so people can know. Like I had a thing, which I'm gonna show later, how people go in the cults, why they go in the cults, and show you the things, how they break it down to you. So how you get, my job is to stop people from not just Nature Boy. It could be the Hotep hustlers. It could be the intellectual hustlers. There's so many different things that's out there. Use the name knowledge or gain knowledge, or I'm so smart, to get you hooked. It's just that Nature Boy happens to be online, and he's a great example of how to save people. Because I can say, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. So if you ever see it in your life, oh my God, I better not get into this relationship. That's my job. My job is not to save them or go all out for them or talk good or bad about them. But it's people in here that goes through this every day. And when a lot of people went through it, it wasn't a name. Narcissism wasn't even a name. But people just knew that that man was abusing them. People just knew, but it wasn't no name to it. Like when we was younger, and whoever got abused back in the days, they wasn't calling nobody a knock back then. They didn't understand the red flags. They didn't understand all these things.
If you was a man and you was doing that to a woman, your ass will be, they will be the police or whoever, somebody, a stranger in a river, some creek or whatever, your body will be floating. So I don't know what the hell is going on in 2020 or 2022, because like, and how we even got to this, but obviously we're here. This is what's happening. This is what is being pushed by not the Most High, that's for sure. So
Okay. Lisa says, so what are they still doing there? Because they did them rituals together. They all felt like they felt some power together. They all feel like they got the knowledge together. They all feel like they smarter than everybody together. Okay, that's why they still there, because he trained them to think they better than everybody else and get donations while they doing it. It's not one person, huh?
I was gonna not to cut you off, Tony. I was gonna say he also groomed people. Like he was looking for young black. Like that's what he said out his own mouth. He was coming after the black community, the young black women and the young black male. Like what? Why are you targeting us? What is the hate? Whatever happened in your past happened with you in your past. You should have fixed that.
He wanted
I'm
to. He wanted
sorry.
to smell the spread the viruses that he has. He wanted to spread the venereal diseases as far as he could. That's what he said.
Well, a lot of
Yes,
people came
he
there,
wanted
you
to
know, with
divide us.
that too. Mm-hmm.
He wanted to divide us. That's what I got from it. It was like, why you're a black man? Like, are you not? Or you got like a face mask on or something?
And like every other cult, one thing they all got in common: they need our money. They need our money. Ain't not near none. Regardless of what they do, they need our money. We fund a lot of this shit. We have to stop funding this bullshit. Every time they eat, we paid for it. Every time they get a building, we paid for it. That's one thing they all got in common. They do not fund themselves. At least the Amish people fund themselves. They're about the only cult that fund themselves. They make their own butter. They in Colorado, deep in Colorado. They do everything themselves. But I'm saying they still a cult. But besides the rest of the cults, they need our money. That's one thing they all got in common. They're not teaching them skills. They're not teaching them skills or nothing to have so much knowledge.
He needs to be in the Amish community preaching what he preaching, because obviously them are the people who can relate to him, because they're the ones, not saying solely them, but they do have sex with like their first cousin and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? So like you got us all the way. You got indigenous people all the way messed up, because that's not what that's not what my culture told me. You understand what I'm saying? That shit was strictly forbidden. You couldn't even look at your niece or your nephew or your daughter or your son in that way. Like you would get ghosted. So like I don't know what he's talking about, but I wouldn't. My thing is for 2022, May 2022, young woman, young men, ladies, gentlemen, children, because we know that there are some parents out here who allow their kids to be like in the background while they're on live and stuff like that. That is inappropriate. It shouldn't be happening. If you want to do your dirty work, do it like on your time, not on. Don't bring your kids into this. You understand what I'm saying? Don't teach them that this is okay, because it's not.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We're trying to build our stuff up, but in the meantime, I guess in a way I look at it like it's a good thing, because this is how you weed out the bad from the good. You understand what I'm saying? I don't come from astrology, so all that moon and Mars and planets or whatever.
They ain't got nothing to do with nothing, though.
Now, this is where you're messing up. No, this is where you're messing up. You need to be in your 12th house. You're not in your 12th house, so you're not on the same frequency, sis. You're messing up now. See, you need to be pushing free.
Your Uranus is not positioned right.
Stop, y'all making me laugh. Lady, I think it's Divine.
Lady Divine, yeah. I'm messing around.
Yeah,
with
you sound like my cousin, because she's from England. Like I got family in England. I love her accent, and like every time she talk, I'm always giggling, and she like, why you laugh at me? I'm like, yo, your accent is just so different. I love it. You understand what I'm saying?
That's how I feel about you. You don't have heavy accents, but you just don't recognize it because you're so used to it. for me, where I come from, everybody speaks like me. So it's just, I don't hear an accent. I hear you guys' accent.
Yes, darling.
I understand.
My tea biscuit.
Teeth.
my teeth is biscuit.
See now, Sugar, you need to go back. You're in trouble now. Go to your 12th. Was it the 12th house? Go to your 12th house.
Man.
Get to your high. You're in your lower self now, Sugar.
I stay in trouble. But you know, we all, like I said, we all have to support each other. And like I said, people keep saying throughout the chat, I don't even want her name mentioned in here. But if you choose to mention V name, mention V name. But y'all can do whatever y'all want to do, but just keep it respectful. But people can say, well, she got a court case. Her court case is a different court case from this. You know what I'm saying? Now, this court case might help her court case. Because a lot of this stuff wasn't brought out. But like I said, we don't know what she's taking him to court for. Has anybody looked it up? Have whoever is a V lover and watcher, did she ever say the charges that because it could be that she wants to have sole custody of her daughter. We don't know what, or it could be, we just assuming it's domestic violence. We don't know. She been away.
I tried looking it up because it's public. It would be public information if it was out there, but I don't want to really kind of touch on her situation because I know obviously there's a lot of lovers out there for her, whatever, who support her, whatever. And, you know, some people don't want to hear the truth. But at the end of the day, yeah, I'm just like, you know, on the internet, like, I don't care. You know, don't bash me for my opinion. Because
they make me go hard, and I start finding old videos. I'm like, who gonna shut who up?
They do that. They do it to us as well. They go hard on us.
Who gonna shut who up? I come on up in here, and I told them, I told her lovers the other day when I showed some video. I said, I got more. Now keep it up. Keep it up.
Yeah, I heard
Sat.
I think I was in the chat, but I was like in the bushes. And I was just listening, you know, because sometimes people go through their own stuff in life. So we could just, I just press the like because I'm subscribed to you. So if I see you, I show you love anyway. Even if I'm not, if the phone call come through or if I'm doing something else or I want to listen to some music or whatever, at least I liked your video. So you could get through the algorithm because I feel like you need to, like, you're a voice of reason. You know what I'm like? I look at you like I see myself. No, like on some real talk. I'm like, cause if it wasn't for a certain channel holder, I would have never found you. You understand what I'm saying? But he shouted you out. You know what I'm saying? He said subscribe. I subscribed.
Oh, thank
you. Because
you.
I'm just like, oh, yo, I could rock with her. Like, what? And she got a cat too. I'm like, yes. I love my cat mother.
Lord. Oh, Lord. I don't think I could be without a cat. But them things are so much something else. Okay, so you may not believe in it.
Sat is coming for you. Sat is coming for you.
I see her, but me and Wade and the Pandu is building. So I'm letting that go. I see that, but we're building here.
But I love your channel though, because you just like you're like really unique.
Thank you, darling. What would your sign be?
What do you mean?
You say you don't believe in the harvest, or you just believe in the zodiac, and you was like you just came. What would your zodiac be?
No, when I say I don't believe in that pseudo astrology or pseudoscience, meaning like
I don't believe in all that.
I'm not with that. With the moon and the I'm on a cusp.
On a cusp.
I'm on a cusp. Aquarius and Pisces.
Oh Lordy. I ain't gonna break it down, but oh Lordy. Oh Lordy. You're
Oh
so
Lord.
strong and emotional at the same time. Huh.
Well, I'm a woman. I got hormonal issues.
Don't
Don't
we
pay me
all?
no mind.
That don't
No,
we
I'm like really, when I say hormonal issues, like I'm menopausing way before my time.
Yeah, but a lot of women don't. No, that's another subject. But I brought this up the
All
other
right.
day. A lot of men got to realize that, and I was just explaining this to this Haitian guy that was up on here. A lot of women is they be pre-menopausal and don't even know. They just know stuff is out of whack.
No,
Y'all know.
I'm menopausing. I'm not pre-menopausing. I'm
No, I'm
in
saying
menopause.
you saying you're menopausing, but I'm speaking in general. I'm speaking in general. Some women could be having premenopausal, and then it goes into menopausal. And a lot of women don't. I'm saying men bear with us. We going through something. That's all I'm saying. If you got a man and your woman's going like cuckoo luku, just keep that in mind. Some people got bad PMS. Some people got PMDD. Some people be premenopausing. Some are menopausing. It's always something with us. It's always go easy on us.
See, there's always something. There's always something. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm like I said, I'm like really, really old school. So I'm just like, I try not to engage in certain type of stuff just to like save myself the trouble, 'cause that's what it's gonna cause. It's gonna cause trouble, and it's gonna be like, oh, well, did you research this and did you do this and like, okay, yeah, I did all that. Now I'm in a new age, information age. So yeah, it's a lot different. But it is what it is at the end of the day. I'm not mad. And like I've been taught through these YouTube streets not to take stuff personal, so I don't. These people, they chose to do that. You saw the before pictures. Before they got to carbonation, they was glowing, they was full of light, they had life in them, everything. And then boom, when they got to carbonation, all that shit was zapped. It was just like they were plugged into a socket and they just went dead. Like the batteries never recharged, nothing.
Looking like walking zombies, right?
Yeah, but we know exactly what happened. Nature Boy tells us exactly what happened. He says, you come over here, you're gonna have to give me your soul. He doesn't want your money, he doesn't want your dick, he wants your soul and your mind. They were under some serious black magic, and he's still doing his shenanigans from in behind the bars, and you got them lot out here pushing his message, talking about they're on a higher plane, higher frequency, they're doing all kinds of things. Like, we already know some dark stuff is going on. We've seen him literally gone from one demon to another live on it in our faces, and we laugh it off like, oh, he's bugging out, he's buzzing out, and he's acting a fool. Nah, that's this guy's demons literally taking place right in our faces. We witness it, but then he's gonna tell us, oh, everybody else is demons, but he's not. He's the god. Okay, we got you, Mr. Demon Time. We got you.
Ain't no man my God. So they done lost me with all that crazy neck stuff they was talking about, because it's just not happening. You're not the man of Christ. You never were, and you can never be, because if you were, you wouldn't be inflicting pain, hurt, misery, all that other negative. You're just a pawn in Satan's game, dum dum.
Facts.
They don't understand it. So what am I supposed to do? Tell them, like, don't believe this, don't do this. Like, that's not my place.
Exactly.
Listen, what I can say to them is just like, be careful. They talk about this third eye, and I was like, I literally had to do research. Like, wait, what? Like, because I'm as conscious as I can be. Where the hell did this third eye come from? Greek mythology? Roman? Like, you talking about stuff my children came home with from school, and I was just like, looked at the homework and was like, what in the book was like, what the hell? Oh, is this what we teaching our kids? Oh, okay. This is not what's going down. No.
What they're trying to do is go back to that Egypt methodology type of stuff, not even really Greek, because the Greeks still got it out of Egypt, you know, with the third eye, the pyramid, and all that type of stuff. Because remember, a lot of people, a lot back in the days, Egypt did a lot of black magic. And then when it came to Egypt, they learned all of this and they stole a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? So they stole a lot of it, and that's what they're still promoting today.
But
That's
that's
why a
not
lot of
even factually true, though, Sugar. Sorry, I have to just put this out there. That's not even factually true, because if you
Mhm.
follow them and you follow their journey, they've gone from Kemetic practices
That's
to
Egypt.
Islam. Yeah, hold on, to Islamic. They've even included Buddhist, some type of Buddhism in it. They've definitely gone to the Hindi. You see them wearing the dots all up in their head. They've literally mixed all different type Christianity. They were Christ consciousness. They've literally mixed a whole load of religion.
But I'm talking about the
repackaged it
dark
and then pushed
magic.
it back out
No,
there.
not religion. I'm talking about the black magic stuff.
But they don't know what they're dealing with. So once you go into
Right,
any form of spirituality, any form,
right,
which,
but that
whether it's
comes if you
that's
look
when
at,
it becomes dark.
yeah, but if you look at the base where it started in Egypt, the Hotep. Remember, Egypt was called
That's
Kemet.
not true though, because they say that Hindis are actually the longest serving religion.
But Africa, no, it's not. Africa was here way before India.
No, Hindi, the spirituality.
Africa was still doing it first. Africa was practicing it that first. Nothing forgoes Africa. Everything comes
What about Buddhism?
after it.
What about
And then you
Buddhism?
got to remember, when Africa was still here before India. And then you got to think about what is their true natural where they truly come from. And they wasn't born like in India. It's like, oh man, we're going to that another time. We're going to the
But
what
I'm basically trying to say is, if you look at them, they will try and talk about the chakras. All of this is Buddhism. All of that. All when they're talking about the pineal gland and the third, Buddhism straight up and down. That's some Buddha business. So what I'm saying to you, that they're mixing all practices, all spiritualities together, all religions, and then repackaging it and taking the so-called knowledge from each, putting it all together in a pot, mixing it up, and then trying to regurgitate. This is a madness. And this is what these young people are falling to his darkness with.
That is absolutely correct.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still based out of Egypt. Remember, in Egypt, they did all that too. They did all of that. Now, when each person take whatever information that you take, now one person will spread it this way, and the way I learn it, I'm gonna say, hey, I can do it better. Let me add this to it. Now this person said, hey, I can do this better. I'm gonna add that to that. Oh, Christianity, I can do it better than that. Because there's no reason why, if it's all Christian, why do we go black church? Why do we go white church? Is hey, Dwayne P, isn't Ethiopia in Africa? That's what I'm saying. We all saying the same thing. So everything come out of it. Now you mean what you're saying is they bastardized it, but the dark magic, regardless of which way they do it, still come out of Egypt. That's where the shaven face come from, the clean face, and all that other stuff. Mm-hmm. That's where all these names come from, like the Horus and none of these. Not to mind you, none of these people we've never seen. They're not even real, right? They're not even real people.
I agree. Sorry, I agree, Sat. That's the one thing that Terry says that I do. He has no knowledge. He, like I said, he just takes bits and pieces, throws it in a pot, mixes it all together, and then repackages it and pushes it out to these young people like the Zolas, the Zokas, the Jujus, these young impressionable people that know nothing, and they swallow it up and call it knowledge. What?
Well, a cult is black magic. You could word that any way you want it. Anything dealing with occultism, occult That's all black magic.
Uh-huh.
So you're gonna miss me with that BS because I'm not from black magic. I'm not a damn witch. I've never been married to a warlock.
But that we're gonna definitely have to do as much as I could do, because you can't do but so much on YouTube. They will strike your page, blah, 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 blah. But as much as I can, I'm gonna have to show you guys little things about the occult. And then you're gonna see where Nature Boy fucked up at. So we don't even know if they came to Nateri and said, this is what you're gonna do. We don't know if they stepped to her. Remember, they send people out to either bring you into a cult or tell you, I'm gonna get your ass. But they send. I just believe that. Yeah, I believe that too. Well, guys, make sure you hear. Make sure you come back tonight when you see the new video. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining. Stop trying to please everybody and truly educate yourself. Men can go do things, only women have issues where they can go off. Oh, please. Please, Chris. Whatever. Bye. Either way, I'm out of here. Peace out. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you.